spent 3 hours in here adjusting levels, and now I get in here and they pop. Oh, it's so frustrating working with people that don't know how to adjust a limiter. Hello, callers. Hello, live stream.
Requesting connection. Established. Encrypted. We're live. The show you've been asking for. Advice, technology, and community. Linux first, all others second. This is Ask Noah.
Live from Logos Radio Studios, the show that puts you, the listener, in the driver's seat because you are the content. The phone lines are open to be a part of the program. It's a free call, 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. Hey, give me a call. We'll have a conversation about your tech questions or business and tech questions. Linux advocate, above all else, small business owner, and now host of the only radio show centered around you, the listener. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show. My name is Noah Chalais. Good evening to you all. Joining me in studio is a good friend of mine, founder and operator of Sam Baker News, Will Beaton. Welcome to the studio.
Hi, Noah. Thank you so much. I love being here.
Hey, we appreciate having you. So, for those of you that don't know, a lot of you probably consume this program in podcast form, but it is in fact a radio show. And so Will and I are in here at the Logos Radio Studios and having some equipment configuration differences from the engineers that are here. So we had to have them kind of work through some things and have them tweak some things to our liking. But we are here, and we are happy to be here with you answering your questions. Rob starts us off this hour from New York. Hi, Rob. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hi, Noah. Thanks for having me on. I just have a quick question about some hard drives I recently purchased pretty cheaply on Amazon. I bought 3 Hitachi 3-terabyte 7200 RPM drives, and they've been recertified. So I don't know who is certifying them, where they're coming from, but I'd like to put them in a FreeNAS box. And before I do so, I would like to test them for errors and possibly stress them as well to see if they're going to work long term. So do you have any suggestions for me?
Yeah, the argument for buying refurbished anything is kind of something along the lines of, if I bought this device and it's refurbished, the reason it's refurbished is because somebody first bought that device and something didn't work, so they took it back to the store sent it back to the manufacturer, and the manufacturer then fixed that particular problem. So the argument is that it's already been sort of quality checked in a way, and then anything that was found or that was defective was broken. That doesn't really apply to hard drives, right? Because there's really no way to actually refurbish a hard drive. I mean, what are you going to do? Take the platters out and put new platters? It wouldn't be cost effective. And hard drives are so cheap to begin with. So usually when something says that it is factory certified, refurbished, or usually what that means is that they have taken it out and they've done what you're asking about. That they've taken the drive out of the machine and they've run it against a set of tests, a set of metrics, and then they have tried. I don't know if Phoronix has a disk stress testing kit, or if that's something that exists, or if that's something you could use like System Rescue CD or whatever to do. But all that to say, I wouldn't buy a refurbished drive, to be honest with you. Western Digital. Will, you just bought some Reds. Do you remember what those cost? The 6 terabyte?
I think it was around 300 something.
Per drive?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, so that's a little more than I was thinking. But, especially if you're building... So here's the other side of that. Rob. The other way you could look at it is FreeNAS is so remarkably good at recovering from failures. If you wanted to try to save some money, and if and when that drive dies, then it's literally a matter of putting another drive in and clicking a button, assuming you don't have more than one drive failure at the same time. And this is coming from a person who bought brand new Western Digital Reds and had one fail within 2 months. So I guess that's the other way of looking at it, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, these drives were only $60 a piece, so I figured I'd take my chances with them and see how they work out.
I'm going to change my answer. I'm going to agree with you. I think for that's about half the price of a 4 terabyte Red, and for what you're going to save in the money, you could actually probably pick up a cold shelf drive and keep that on hand, and you'd still be ahead of the game. So that might be what I would do. As far as how to actually test that drive, I guess I've never stress tested a drive myself. I would check out Phoronix and see if they don't have a testing suite. I'd also check out System Rescue CD, see if there's something in there. And if I find something after the show, if chat room knows of anything, we'll throw it in the show notes. Elijah is calling from Idaho. Hi, Elijah. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hey, Noah. How you doing?
Excellent. How can we help, sir?
Okay, so I have a Windows box, and I'd like to take the Windows box and turn it into a VM with all of the programs and everything on it, and slap it on a Windows box and access it via VirtualBox or Virt Manager.
Okay. Actually, interestingly enough, Microsoft, of all companies, actually makes a tool to do this. I'm going to find the name of the program for you right now, but basically what it is it's a program that you'll run on the physical hardware, and basically what that... here it is. It's called disk2vhd.exe. And basically what this does is this disk2vhd.exe takes a physical computer and turns it into a virtual hard disk. And you can then use something like libvirtd, and you can take that virtual disk and attach it. So when you go to make your install, instead of installing from a local media, you'll say use an existing disk, and then you'll point it to that virtual disk file, and you'll actually be able to boot your physical machine on virtual hardware. We actually took an entire office, Elijah, and we did this. We took an entire office, and they were running on physical hardware, and we wanted to virtualize them. So we took their entire office, and one by one, we converted each one of their machines to virtual disks. And then we took those machines and put them on a libvirtd server and had them set them up with thin clients, and then had them RDP back into their virtual machines, which were duplicates, essentially, of their... not essentially, they were exact duplicates of their physical hardware. Does that sound like that would work for you?
That would work great. Now, what's the advantage of doing that? Like with what you say with that office, what's the advantage of doing that?
Yeah. So let's say we have a client, and they call in and they say, "Well, gosh darn, I installed the real life example. This actually happened. They used a PDF program called Nuance, and we installed the latest version of Nuance with I think it was Service Pack." One of the service, it was a service pack. I think there's the newest service pack for Windows 7. I think it was, and turns out that Nuance PDF program was not compatible, and so the computer blue screened upon boot. Now, if that had been physical hardware, client is 750 miles away. There's no way I can fix a blue screen. You know, they can't even get a computer to boot. I can't even get into safe mode, much less get into something with a networking ability so I can remote into the machine and fix it. So, you know, short of having something like a Spider IP KVM, we're host. So worst case scenario, I could have reinstalled the operating system on the virtual disk. But wait, it gets better. Because it's a virtual machine, I'm able to actually take snapshots of that virtual computer. And before we installed any piece of software, we made a snapshot. And so I literally just clicked on the computer, rollback snapshot, and I said, you know, she called in, she goes, my computer's not working. I look, oh, that's a real big problem. Click on the button, roll back the snapshot, boom, they're back in business. And they had no idea. They had no idea how close to catastrophe they had come. They had no idea how much we had saved them from a catastrophe. As far as they knew, it was a 5-minute inconvenience, and we were able to get them back up and running. That's the advantage to running on virtual machines.
Sweet. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and the advantages go on. I could talk for hours, and thank you very much for the call. Let's go to Brian in South Carolina. Hi, Brian. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
For having me.
Hi there, Brian. How can we help? Hey, Brian. Brian, your phone is breaking up quite a bit. Can you maybe hold the phone and talk straight into it? We'll see if we can get a better signal. Brian. All right, Brian. We're gonna put. Yeah, there we go. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm looking for a Windows Easy Transfer tool, but for like a Ubuntu desktop. Is there any software you can recommend like that for Ubuntu?
Yeah, so you just want to move the install from one computer to the other?
Basically, just want all my configuration, maybe apps and files from one computer to the other without having to start from a fresh build. Yeah.
Sure. Well, there's a couple different ways you can do it. The easiest way, the way that I move, if I'm transitioning from one computer to another computer and I want to move everything exactly the way it is, I use a piece of software called Clonezilla. And essentially, basically, you put it onto a USB flash drive, you boot off of the flash drive, and it'll actually make an entire image of your computer. And then you can take and unpack that image back onto completely new hardware. You can also use that to provision multiple machines at the same time, if you want to create what we call a deployment image, and then you go deploy that image across hundreds or thousands of machines. That's one way to do it. Second thing is, as far as the settings are actually pretty straightforward, right? Most of the settings in Linux are stored in the home directory, so it's going to be /home/ whatever your username is. And you can take and copy all of those. If you just copy that home folder, it will copy your Thunderbird mail profile. It'll copy all of your contacts, all of your mail, all of your Firefox bookmarks, all of your program settings. All that stuff is stored in the home directory. As far as applications go, there's no way that I know of, short of cloning Clonezilla, the computer, no way I know of to back up all of the installed applications. However, if you know one time you make a list of all the applications that you install on the computer, and I actually do this, I have just a little script, sudo apt-get install, and then a list of all the programs I use. So anytime I want to reimage, quote-unquote, my machine, I can just run that script, and it will reinstall all of my programs. Then I can move the home directory back over, and I have all my settings back. Any of those sound like that's a usable answer to you?
Absolutely. I like the home directory idea. I didn't really realize that it grabbed all my settings from, because that's not some option out in Windows, so that helps a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much for the call. We appreciate having you this hour. David is with us from Alaska. Hi, David. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hi, Noah. I wanted to ask about customer support ticket systems. What do you use to manage customer support requests as opposed to, I'll use Bugzilla or something like that to track software bugs, but what about, your just day-to-day routine customer support issues?
Yeah, sure. So there are two pieces of software that I always recommend. The first is what you're actually talking about, which is the ticket system, and for that we use a product called OS Ticket. Been very, very happy with OS Ticket. OS Ticket allows the creation of tickets in one of two ways. You can give your customers actual login credentials, and you give them a web URL, and they're able to log in and create the tickets that way. The second way they can do it is we have an email address, and that email address is given out to all of our contract customers, and they are able to send an email into the ticket system. That automatically opens a ticket. The nice thing, David, about the email portion of that is the customer never has to remember login information. They never have to remember passwords. And more importantly, they don't have to do anything out of the ordinary to communicate with our support staff. Basically, all of that's being handled through email. So, for example, when they get when we update a ticket, we don't have to worry about them installing an app or something for them to get the update of the ticket response, because their email client's going to send them a push notification, to their phone. So you got a new email from Altispeed. And then all the customer has to do is reply to the email, and that automatically gets updated into the ticket. If the customer emails in a screen cap or a config file or something like that, that's automatically uploaded into the ticket system. And we have a size limits. I think we top out at like 25 megs, so that obviously the whole thing doesn't just fill up with garbage. But that's been a very effective way. They have a mobile app. Works a little better on Android than on iOS, but it exists on both. The app supports creating new tickets, responding to existing tickets. There is a very granular permission control system, so I can go in there and say, so for example, we have a knowledge base, and some of our knowledge base is open to the listeners of the Ask Noah Show, anyone really. It's available at portal.altispeed.com, and there's some basic how-to guides. Anytime we do a how-to guide for the Ask Noah Show, we actually put it inside of that knowledge base. And we had a guy that actually quit Altispeed. He moved on to another company, and he sent me an email about a month later, and he said, the knowledge base that you guys have at Altispeed, that was one of my favorite things about working there, because there was so much information in that knowledge base. Is there any way I could still get access to that? What we opened up to the public is a tiny fraction of what we have available internally. But some of those things, for example, are the various debit card numbers and debit card, expiration date and CID codes for our company. And so I can go in there granularly and say, this person, I want to now be able to make purchases. So I can give them that permission. Then they can see all of the appropriate Altispeed, debit card information, and then they can go make purchases on Amazon, so on and so forth. I've really been happy with OS Ticket. And the latest update they've had a UI refresh, and it has been absolutely phenomenal. Now, the second piece is does that answer your question?
It does definitely answer my question.
Okay, I want to sidebar with you for just a second. There's another piece of software that is really, really useful. OS Ticket is really, really good at solving customer issues. What OS Ticket is not great for, because it's not designed for it, is facilitating the beginning of a business transaction. So, for example, I'm standing inside of a restaurant, and this actually happened, and the owner is standing there, and he can't get his POS to work because his point-of-sale system is not communicating properly with the network, and he can't actually ring up the sale. I always carry a set of cards on me, and basically it says, the front of the card says something like, we'll fix that for free. And then on the back it says that we'll provide up to 1 hour service gratis to the business owner. And I use that as a way of getting new business. And so I just handed him one of those cards, and I said, I own an IT company, and so if there's ever anything we can do to fix this, let me know. And I handed him one of those cards. Now, I would like to track that particular interaction, so that when that gentleman calls our customer support, which he did, calls our customer support, people don't answer the phone and go, what? Who are you? What did you want? What? You want us to come POS? Hold on. Do we know you? You don't want any of that, right? You want him to say, oh, thank you, Mr. So-and-so. We really appreciate hearing from you. I'm glad that you decided to give us a shot, and we'll absolutely get somebody out there and take care of it right away, because first impressions, you only get one chance to do that. So for those instances, we actually deployed a piece of software called Zurmo, Z-U-R-M-O. And what Zurmo does is it's essentially a competitor to Salesforce. And so essentially what it does is it does lead aggregation and sales. So I can go in there and I can create a note and say, I talked to this guy, he might be calling. This is his problem. This is what he needs. This is, whatever. So when he calls in and the customer sales associate, he goes, I'm interested in, doing service. Do you have an existing contract with us? No. Pass him off to a sales guy. Sales guy opens up and he goes, oh, Mr. So-and-so. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, about a week ago, your POS system wasn't working that day. Oh yeah, that's exactly what it was. And it really brings home a solid, professional relationship. And then once that account is created in Zurmo, we can continue to track that. So if a client comes back and says, well, now we want to add, access points. Now we want to add, I don't know, a stereo system or something like that, we can go back and say, well, this is a potential sale for an existing customer. And then our salespeople can follow up with that, pass it off to the technicians, and it creates a nice, even workflow. Does that better answer your question? Does that answer the question you didn't even ask?
That does answer the question I didn't even ask. That's actually fantastic. I have been looking for a better way to track, all the people that I hand business cards to and things like that. Because, if I hand my business card out to 5 people, one of them calls me back and be like, hey, you gave me your business card. Great. I gave my business card to 10 other people this week. Who are you?
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. I should tell you, David, both OS Ticket and Zurmo are both available. They are both open source products. So the code is available up on GitHub, and they are both available at no additional charge. So that is another reason to support those two projects, and we thank you for the call. We'll move on to James from Pennsylvania. Hi, James. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hi, Noah. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I was curious. I know I've heard you mention multiple times your vast video collection, and I was just curious what you do to rip Blu-rays. I know DVD Fab this year has released a version of multiple programs for Linux, and part of that does include Blu-ray, but I was curious what you do, if there's a better way, a different way of doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start out by saying this. I have a special place in my heart for DVD Fab. They were one of the earliest pioneer. There's one of the first, if I can take a history lesson back with you, one of the first software programs to ever come out for ripping DVDs was a program called DVD Shrink. That was it was a Windows program, and then back in the day when DVDs first came out and people started ripping them, that was a program that a lot of people used, and it did a really, really good job. And over the years, the development started to slack off, and eventually it got to the point where you couldn't really rip a DVD with DVD Shrink because it couldn't break the encryption. And about that time, DVD Fab was an up-and-coming thing, and I used DVD Fab for years. In fact, I was so impressed with the support from that company and the software product that they made that was one of the hardest. Everyone has that. That's the program that I can't get off of Windows for. That was my program. It was such a good program that I was having a really hard time dragging myself off of Windows. And so what I did for years and years and years was I ran it in a VM, and I passed through the CD drive into the actual virtual machine, because little known secret about DVD Fab, if you try to just share the disk, it actually can't break the encryption properly and all that. And what would happen was I would lose the license key anytime I would reload that VM. And it was funny because I had this thing in my head where I would say, I could go find her. I could email him and tell him, but you know what? I really like the company, and so I would just buy another one. So I probably have, like, over the years, probably 6 or 7 licenses to DVD Facts. It's such a great company. So the fact that you're calling and telling me now they're supporting Linux is that really, they hold a special place in my heart. That said, lately I have been using 2 programs. One is a program called Brasero, Brasero, which will make an entire image, much like DVD Fab does, of the entire disc. And one of these 2, I'll alternate because sometimes one program will rip it and the other one can't. I have never had a movie that both of them couldn't, that one of the other couldn't rip. The second one I use is a program called K3B, which is the CD burner application that's for the KDE folks. And one of those 2 programs almost always can rip, not almost always, it always can rip one of the 2 discs. I will tell you, though, there are certain times, like, so for instance, Redbox will sell you the DVDs that they're no longer using. So you can go buy them for like $2 or $2.50 or something. And so that's a place I buy a lot of my movies now. But there is no real, the reason I ripped ISOs of the movie is because I want all of the menus and I want all the subtitles and all the extra features. Dirty little secret about rental discs, they now make special rental discs that don't contain anything else other than the feature film, and then this irritating ad that says, this is a rental disc, and if you're caught in possession of it, then it's illegal, which it's not because they sell them. And so for those discs, I'm doing what the majority of people that rip movies probably do, and I'm using a program called Make MKV. And Make MKV will actually extract the feature film off of it'll extract anything you want, but we extract just the feature film off of the disc, and it makes an MKV full resolution, doesn't lose any quality. And that's a way that you can rip a DVD or a Blu-ray if it's off of a disc that doesn't have any of those other features.
Yeah, okay. That's great. Yeah, I was curious. I had, just like you, that's been kind of a sticking point for me with moving over to Linux, and when I discovered DVD Fab had done that, I thought that was awesome. But I knew you had mentioned that in the past, so I just wanted to pick your brain on that and see if there's anything else that's better or other options out there, so I appreciate your help.
Appreciate it. We thank you for the call. Yeah, DVD Fab will forever hold a special place in my heart. There's no doubt about that. And if they have a Linux version, the DVD Fab folks, you can count on getting a couple bucks from me because I will be buying it. So here's what I'm going to do. For the again, phone lines are open, 1-855-450-NOAH. That's 1-855-450-6624. You can email the show live at AskNoahShow.com. What we're going to do with the rest of the program is I have 2 guests coming up. One is in studio, Mr. Will. He's sitting here patiently while I bang away through some of these questions on the phone, and he's got a very interesting story of how he got started in independent media, switched his workflow over to Linux, and we're going to be having him on in a little bit. And before we get to him, I want to bring on another guest. This is a gentleman that he is in the Ask Noah Telegram group, and you can be too at telegram.asknoahshow.com. And his name is Eric. And Eric has he has new business syndrome. He has gotten started with a new IT consulting business. And he knew that I ran an IT consulting business. And so him and I have been going back, over the past week or so. And you can just feel the passion just oozing out of the chat. Like, he's up all hours of the night. He's designing web pages. He's creating business cards. He is out, advertising his services. And he's really developing a core model to send to his customers. And this is an old Zig Ziglar quote, but it's, if you help enough people, you can have anything you want in the world if you help enough people get what they want in the world. And Eric is definitely well on his way to doing that. So joining us on the program via phone is Eric from Kansas. Hi, Eric. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
How you doing, Noah?
Excellent. So thank you very much for taking the time to let me pick your brain. So tell me, what was the first thing that happened when you decided, when that aha moment clicked and you're like, I'm going to go own my own business. I'm going to go do this.
Well, actually, I've got that small business syndrome twice over. I actually have a 2 or 3 year old lighting design company. So we do concert lighting for the most part. We do some high-end weddings and so on and so forth. I'm a huge music junkie, and one of the things that kind of triggered me to look into IT consulting was the fact that your typical 8 to 5 enterprise type IT job doesn't always give me the flexibility to travel or to leave work early to go and set up all my lights, all my cables, my console. And it it struck me one day interviewing. I was looking for a new job, and I was interviewing with a startup, and they were very passionate about what they were doing. It was a farm big data company, basically collecting a whole bunch of metrics off of combines and that kind of thing, and running it through servers to running it through servers to kind of analyze what your potential yield is and otherwise help the farmers out better utilize their fields and their equipment and whatnot. And these people were really passionate about what they were building and their mission. And I really felt for these folks because they really needed someone on the infrastructure side, and they just, they didn't have enough money in their budget to pay for a good sysadmin. So these people are developing code all day for their device to go into the combine, but then they have to take a step away from that to go and do server patches, to go and do hardware repairs, everything but what they were passionate about. And being the type of personality that if I don't fully believe in what I'm doing, I might as well not do it because my heart's not going to be in it. And it kind of struck me that between my lighting design business and going out and meeting people and figuring out what they're passionate about, and is there anything I can do to help you reach that? I realized that here in Kansas City, and I'm sure all over the country and the world, that there's a whole bunch of people out there that are passionate about their project, passionate about bringing something to life, but they're so tied down with infrastructure that they can't do that. Well, that's where my consulting business comes in. Our goal is to offload that off of people and allow them to pursue what they're really passionate about.
Absolutely, yeah. That's wow, man. Talk about you know what? If I ever need a day off, you can just fill on in for me, Eric, because I mean you got this thing covered. No, but I mean on a serious note, though, really, you have the heart of a servant, and what that is going to get you is you're quickly going to get to a point where you have developed a really firm trust with your clients, and that is something that no amount of money can buy. That's something that, serving those people over and over and over again and serving them well over and over and over again means that, you become, a trusted name. And you're absolutely right. There's a lot of people out there that they have passion, but it's a passion for what they want to do. The passion isn't for their IT infrastructure. That just needs to work. And so if they have somebody like you to come alongside them and do their website and stuff like that, man, they are really set. So tell me the story. What's the name of the company? When do you officially open, or have you already opened? What's the pricing? How do people get a hold of you? That kind of thing.
Yeah. So one thing you said in your very gracious intro that I should probably correct before I get in trouble. My wife is actually a graphic designer, and she's been working on the logos for both businesses, and we're creating t-shirts.
Yeah, do credit go to the wife. Yeah, absolutely.
And I definitely wouldn't be anywhere near where I'm at, or much less having even tried either of these businesses without her love and support. So I don't know if she'll listen to this or not, but I'm covered.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the lighting design business is Let There Be Light, and you can find us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn at BeLightKC and BeLightKC.com. And then the more relevant topic is the IT Guides, and the website is theitguys.us. We're on social media at IT Guys KC. So Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, and we're finalizing designs for our logo. We kind of trialed one, and it may look great on the screen, but when you put it on a social media banner or something, sometimes you just look at it and go, "What were we thinking?"
Mm-hmm.
So we're currently redesigning that, and I'm working on the website right now. But that really hasn't kept me from building this thing. In fact, I started collecting clients before we even had a domain, I batted around names for probably 6 months before I finally settled on one. And it actually came up because when I'd go to, see, I've got 4 clients to date, and whenever I'd go into their offices, I would always get referred to as the IT guy. Or I'll go to a concert venue, and I'm always the lighting guy. So it just seemed appropriate that the business would reflect that. So we're technically open right now. Pricing is kind of on I've got a flat hourly rate for right now, and I'm offering free discovery. So basically, I'll come into your office, spend a couple of hours, talk about what your goals are, take a look at the existing infrastructure, and put together a rough plan. All that's free, and then after that, it's just $50 an hour for my time. And
man, that's very reasonable. That's very competitive. Now, Eric, and if you don't want to share the story on air, you can feel free to politely bow out. But any chance you'd want to talk about the given situation you and I were talking about, where you had this guy and he just felt comfortable just having you in the loop? Does that ring a bell?
Okay. Yeah, I know the story you're talking about, and I won't mention names because there's potential legal battle going on between this client and anyway. So the situation that Noah is referring to is I had a client referred to me by an old boss of mine, actually, and he suspected that a former employee had hacked his network and was monitoring not only his mail, but all of his clients' mail and his wife's mail. And so he was trying to prove it. And and so, over the course of trying to prove it, he was looking through logs, and it was a cPanel issue, and they came to me as a Linux systems administrator and said, "Hey, this runs on Linux. Can you read the log?" Well, I can give it a shot. And I saw some things that didn't feel right, but I mean, you're talking about a company and the balance. You're talking about his clients and the balance. You're talking about my family and my own reputation and the balance. So I wanted to be sure, and I opened up a case with cPanel, and we went back and forth, and I got to the end of this ordeal, and sent Noah a telegram and said, I don't know if I feel okay about this. I mean, I'm charging him for my time, but I didn't really do anything in the end. But I realized through all of that sometimes just having somebody there, just being present, being a sounding board for someone to kind of talk through, and was sometimes enough for a client to feel like you did a great job.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of times what gives clients, and I've seen this time and time and time again, it's not that they necessarily needed you, it's that they needed you to let them know that they didn't need you. And you know what I mean? So like, if something had gone south, if they ran into a question that they couldn't answer, you were right there at the bat. And I've done kind of the similar thing at Altispeed Technologies, where I make myself personally available to any client anytime there is something urgent that comes up. We have a very talented team of technicians that do a very good job of taking care of people. But, if something comes up, especially if it's mission critical, that's where I focus my time. And I can tell just from talking to you for 5 minutes, or even before that, just talking to you on Telegram, that your company is booming. You've clearly found a need and a place to serve and a clientele that really is grateful to have you there. And I have no doubt that you're going to be knocking it out of the park. And one of the interesting things is you've done this all or almost all on Linux, isn't that right?
That's right. I am a recovering Mac OS user. In fact, I came across Jupiter Broadcasting and the Ask Noah show a short time after that. I came in the final month of Linux Action Show and started becoming part of the community and digesting content and to fix this feeling that I was just kind of stuck in my career. And being a Linux systems administrator for the past 10 years, really felt like there was something missing and realized it was a community. Open source is not just a type of code distribution, it's a community. And so over the past 9 months or so, I've sold my MacBook, and I've got a Lenovo that's running Arch, and I've been moving some of my a lot of my personal content off of iCloud and off of Google and onto open source projects like Nextcloud. Like today, I was doing the mind-numbingly painful process of moving a lot of my passwords out of LastPass and into KeePass. And so it's been a push on both fronts. I'm trying to move my household onto open source projects, but I also use that as a learning experience for the business of building an entire company off of open source, because that's where my heart lies.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and you don't feel like you just traded your actual working machine for a non-functional machine, but you get the badge of some crazy religion. It's not like that. It's you're getting real work done, and you're just doing it in a way that nobody can pull the rug out from under you.
Yeah, very much so.
Wow. Thank you so much, Eric, for letting us pick your brain. We really appreciate it. And thanks so much for being a listener to the Ask Noah show. You'll come back in a couple months and let us know how it's going?
Yeah, of course. And as you mentioned, I'm in Discord and Telegram a lot of times during the day as well.
Outstanding. Eric from Kansas City, theitguys.us. Do I have that right? And the IT Guys on social media?
I'm sorry, say again?
Theitguys.us. That's your website, yeah?
Correct. And then we're IT Guys KC, and I'll put. Would you mind throwing those in the show notes there? No.
Absolutely, yeah. Please send them over to me, and thank you again so much for taking the time to call in. We really appreciate it. And there you have it, folks. I mean, that's really what this amounts to. Is that we're not advocating some crazy religion. We're not suggesting you work into move into a cult or something like that, or move into a commune. No. We're just saying that there is a loving and embracing community out there, and if you take advantage of it, you can lower your costs. You can boost your bottom line. You can make a really good business. I make a lot of money off people by peddling open source stuff. It works. Eric is proof that it works. Other people in telegram.asknoahshow.com are proof that it works. So give it a shot. Chaz is calling from New York. Hi, Chaz. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hey, Noah. How's it going today?
Excellent. Hey, are you going to be around next week if we do a show live from New York City?
I'm not from that part of New York. I'm from the part of New York that likes guns.
Oh,
closer to Canada.
Okay, all right, Northern New York. But I tell you what, if you make it down to the liberal pool down in New York City, dinner's on me for all the support for the Ask Noah show. How can we help today, though?
Man, I might have to do that.
7 p.m., brother. I'll let you know.
All right. Well, around Christmas time of this year, I was trying to convert my mom to the cult of Linux. I'm sorry, not a cult. And what I did was I put an SSD into her MacBook, and her constant complaint about her MacBook has always been, I don't like Mac OS, although she's one of those people who's not really that tech savvy, so she doesn't really know how to articulate that it's not Mac OS she likes. So I said, Mom, let me put the software on that I think, will be more helpful to you. And right or wrong, I put her on Manjaro, because I figured XFCE would be the closest thing that she would feel familiar with. And having the opportunity to watch her work on it, it seems like she's getting frustrated by the newer features that get built into, a newer OS, and ones that you wouldn't expect to be there, like touchpad gestures. And it seems like what she just wants is the OS to work and get out of her way and allow her to do work. So I guess not so much a legit question as, can you maybe do a future show where you give your best suggestions for how to get non-tech savvy people working well with Linux? And with one final caveat, I think she's familiar enough with the OS that switching a distro or switching desktop environments would kind of be counterproductive at this point. Am I making sense?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, we could totally do a show on that. Lately these days, I've been moving more and more towards Ubuntu Mate, which again would involve switching the desktop. But the reason I put people on Ubuntu Mate, Chaz, is because they have the panel layout, which means that I can literally go from a Windows-like layout to a macOS-like layout, back to a traditional Linux GNOME 2 style layout, back to a Unity layout without ever having to, it's never actually a new desktop, and I never actually reinstalled the OS. And so that's really a great place for those of you that are at the starting stage to start. And I will we'll go back and we'll definitely plan a show on that. And I don't know if are you let's see, can we bring Chaz back? There he is. Yeah, let's bring Chaz back up. Are you following us on Twitter at Ask Noah Show, or are you in the Telegram group telegram.asknoahshow.com, one of those places?
I've got both up and running, and in my defense, Matei was a very strong contender when I wanted to do this to her, but I did this project around the same time that you uploaded a video about how you were fed up with Ubuntu and you wanted to switch everybody, and you didn't want an OS that you had to install every 2 years, which was my thought as well. The goal of this was to be less tech support than I already was.
Yeah, it's crazy how that works. Well, I'm glad you're in both those places. I will just keep an eye out, and I'll touch on it at the end of the show here. But I want to make sure that we get you the information for where we're going to be in New York if that ends up happening, and I don't have that in front of me right now. So yeah. Anyway, that would be great. I want to give Will a chance to chime in here. He's been sitting so patiently. So Will is a founder of Sandbagger News. Sandbagger News is it .org?
Yep.
Cool. So tell me a little bit about, you and I both went through the 97 flood together. Tell me about that.
Well, I was 3 years old, so I can't say I remember a whole lot about it. But
it wasn't a lot of fun, I'll tell you.
Yeah. So I hear. In 1997, there was a big flood in the Red River Valley, went haywire. And at the time, it was actually the largest evacuation of U.S. citizens since the Civil War. And so it was a big deal. Nobody died, but, it was funny. Growing up, I kept hearing these stories about sandbaggers, and we've talked a lot about this, the idea of a sandbagger, somebody who just shows up when they're needed. And with the help of everybody else, they're able to do what they need to do. They save the town, they put sandbags around people's homes and save people's lives in some cases. So when you came as a guest speaker to one of my classes at the University of North Dakota, and you told me about Linux, and you told me about this community that exists to help each other and to empower themselves, empower everyone, the whole sandbagging thing just kind of...
It just clicked with what you were trying to accomplish.
Yeah, it took form. And so you came over to my house and you switched us all over to Linux, and it made so much sense, and I felt like we were sandbagging the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's kind of a funny story. Like, we were sitting there after class, and he's talking to me. He says, I'm kind of interested in this, and when could you would you be willing to help? Yeah, of course. I'm always willing to help somebody switch to Linux. And he goes, when? What are you doing right now? So we walked back to his house and we installed Linux on like 5 different machines. But you have taken that to an entirely different level. Will, you have gotten to the point now where you've collected hours and hours and hours of video footage in where was the last place you were at?
I just got back from Iceland.
Yeah, taking photos and taking video, and then we recently put together a FreeNAS box. So your file server, we put together a file server, and you loaded that thing up with how much space?
12 terabytes of storage. And when I tell my dad about that, he says, "What the heck is a terabyte?" And
yeah, exactly.
I say, I don't know, but stick around. Noah's telling me there's things called petabytes, and you don't even want to know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you've taken and you went and we put a small gigabit switch, and you've been dumping footage, and as you're finding out, when you start pulling a lot of footage, especially where you're working 4K off the drone, that sucker, it fills up fast. And so Will got a first-hand treat. He kind of took it at a leap of faith. We started talking about this, and I said, he goes, "What kind of external hard drive would you buy?" I said, "Well, I wouldn't. I would buy this. These Western Digital Reds. I put them into the box. Let's build a file server." You just kind of took me at my word. You didn't really question it. You're like, "Yeah, sure." But then just about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, it's like, "Oh, I'm out of space, and we need to go from 6 terabytes to 12." We put the next drive in, we click a couple buttons. I'm like, there you go, Will. Now you got 12 terabytes.
Boom. Yeah, it was really cool. So I've been traveling around a lot, and I finally just got back a couple weeks ago. And I had not left my house all day today. I was in the basement working, just like living in this file server because I'm having so much fun moving all the footage around. And that gigabit switch did the trick.
Yeah.
And I'm having a lot of fun moving things around, realizing what I'm able to do with all this footage now finally.
So tell me a little bit about your workflow. So we got a Canon 70D?
Yeah. I was just kind of explaining this to my mother today. She was asking, like, what do you mean when you edit a video? What does that mean exactly? Do you throw a fade in and some music or something? I was like, well, I'm still learning a lot about this, but what I like doing is dump all that footage. Now it's in my file server and import that into Lightworks. And I kind of chunk through all the footage at first and make one big long timeline of all the usable stuff, and then make another clean timeline where I start putting the story together, and I kind of focus on the audio first, get people's voices usually telling the story, and then drop B-roll on top of there. And you know, you can spend days and days in your basement if the sun doesn't shine, you don't open your curtains.
Absolutely.
It can be kind of a soulless activity for anyone who's edited a lot of video, but knowing that I'm using all these cool peer-based programs and this community is always got my back makes it a lot easier. And you know, at first I was freaked out when you were telling me that using Linux was like driving stick on your car.
Yeah.
Which is actually
example.
not something I know how to do. So I was like, oh, geez, dude, what if I run into problems, you know? And I'm talking to your listeners now. If y'all haven't figured this out, Noah is one of the most generous people that on the planet. And I'm so proud to be a G-Funker with him from good old Grand Forks. And, you know, he's always there to help me answer questions. But just the other day, actually, I was really proud of myself because when I came back from 6 months of traveling, I had forgotten my password.
To your Ubuntu box.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I was like, oh no, I'm going to have to bother Noah and tell him lock myself out. Like, this is embarrassing. But I fixed it. I mean, you look it up, it's not too hard, but I felt good being able to fix that problem on my own. So when I finally did message you, hey, I'm back, let's hang out, I was proud to say that A, I locked myself out, but B, I got myself back in.
Exactly. Drop to that run level 1. But and you know, the thing is you have then come along and I've asked you questions, and you were helping me just the other day with, you know, some video editing issues, color correction, stuff like that. Like, so it gets to a point where again we see this community thing coming around, and you know, it was a joke I was telling on the air earlier. There's a group of people that make fun of us Linux people, and they're like, "Oh, you guys are some sort of cult or religion. That's the only reason you do it is out of loyalty to the religion." It's like, no. I do it because I helped you get started with something, and then it came full circle, and now I was in a time crunch, and I really needed to get this particular video project out, and now Will's helping me get that done. So, you know, it's an ebb and flow process. It's a give and take, and it's been really fun. And you know, we at the Ask Noah show are you know, real happy that you're here in studio, but also we just kind of want to follow your series of success, as it were. So, thank you very much for coming in the studio and telling us a story. If people want to find out more, where can they go?
Sandbaggernews.org. You know, I haven't updated the website in a while because I've been traveling now, but this whole week I've been home. I know I've got a lot of work to do, and I'm able to do that work now. And it's all thanks to the empowerment you've given me and that we've given ourselves here. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys on Twitter?
Not yet. You know, we have a Twitter, but these are the things I'm excited to get started now, finally.
Yeah, absolutely.
And crunch out some projects, and I know you'll be around to help me out, and let's see where this community takes us.
Very much so. Let's take a couple more calls, huh? Eugene from Russia, your question for Will and me.
Yes. Oh, Noah, thank you for taking my call and for doing actually this great show, really for inspiring people, I would say. You have folks listening to you in Russia too.
Thank you, sir. We are honored. How can we help you?
Well, I have a question about network privacy. And the question is, does using HTTPS connection leaves full URL addresses visited by you open to, say, ISP or system administrator? And what about information, say, credit card info or something like this, sent via pages encrypted only partly? As I understand, there are some pages, only some elements of which are encrypted. This is the first part of the question. And the second part, concerning email, maybe I can ask later a bit.
Yeah, sure. Do you want to ask the second part now, or you want the first part of your answer? I'll answer the first part, then you can come back. So basically what it is if you have any portion of the page that has a field that you'll be entering information, and that field is not set up to transmit that information through HTTPS, your browser should flag that page and give you a warning and say, not all of the information on this page is secure, and it will not be transmitted in a secure fashion. And that's your clue to get out of Dodge. I got to tell you though, there are some valid reasons for having unsecured information on page. So for example, we are in the process of testing a new credit card processor. and the credit card processor that we are going to, we have not paid for a certificate for our main page because there is no real customer data flowing through there. Now, anyone that has a contract with us knows that because you can't actually make a payment. It won't actually transmit the payment information through. But we get people all the time that go there and they look at it and they go, oh, you have an unencrypted thing. How can an IT company not know that? And I've gotten to the point where I get pretty salty about it. And I say, well, if you're a customer, you'd know. But you're not a customer, so I don't have to explain it to you because I'm a crotchety old guy. But yeah, you want to keep an eye on if those pages are encrypted. And just look for that green padlock in Firefox or Chrome. What was the second part of your question?
Yeah. The second part is about Wi-Fi network. And, well, in the institution of mine where I work, we have a Wi-Fi network authorization realized via CA certificate, whatever it means, similar for all the users, and some private key file, which is unique for all the users, password protected, and so on. And the question is, does such a system leave any room for private networking at all, or everything I read, paste online is open for network admins of the institution?
No, it's not. So that key is a separate key infrastructure from your web traffic. That key infrastructure is specific to authenticating into the network. The encryption key infrastructure for actually transmitting information from your computer out to another server, that is an entirely separate infrastructure as well. In fact, the key-based, the certificate-based Wi-Fi-based authentication is actually used by DEF CON, and it enhances security. It does not weaken it.
So the traffic still is left unknown for administrators.
Right. Well, okay, hold on. Not unknown. If I'm the so okay, a couple of things. First of all, even with nothing else in place other than the fact that I have access to the router, if I have access to the logs, unless you're using a VPN, I will be able to see which sites you are querying. So I know that you went to, whatever, gmail.com or amazon.com. I can't, however, tell what you purchased, or what information was transmitted to amazon.com because there's a tunnel. However, there's one exception to that. If I have administrative access of the network, I can do something called port mirroring. And so I can basically log into the switch and tell it to duplicate all of the traffic on this particular port over to a secondary port where I plug in a computer with Wireshark. And in that scenario, I would be able to capture all of the traffic that is coming in and out.
And by saying that URL addresses are open, do you mean the full URL addresses like google.com/ and some query, or just google.com and that's it?
Depends on what you type in. If you go to google.com and you're navigating, I'd have to look at a router log to be sure. But my gut tells me if you go to google.com and then click on something, that will not trigger a different router log. But when you type in an address, it's going to, especially in all of our networks where the router is set up to function as the primary DNS server to begin with. That way we can block certain websites, stuff like that. In those cases, I'm going to see everything you type into a web browser and press enter on.
So the full address. Okay, I see.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for the call from Russia. We really appreciate it. Anthony is calling from North Carolina. Hi, Anthony. Welcome to the Ask Noah Show.
Hello, Noah. Anthony here. I'm a IT for a nonprofit, and we have a couple of Linux, actually Mint Linux, computer rooms. Now, we ran a script that I found on the internet a long time ago that kind of acted like deep freeze, but it's lacking. So some changes are leaking through, and, kids are changing icons, backgrounds, putting jars of Minecraft on the computer. So we're looking for something that can lock down the computers as hard as deep freeze does in Windows.
Well, I'll tell you what I do to solve this exact problem. You let me know if this would work for you. What we do is the first thing we do is we create a guest user that has no password and automatically set them log in automatically on the machine. The second thing we do is we remove pseudo privileges from that user. So that user only has standard permissions. They don't have elevated permissions. Third thing we do.
Check already?
Yep. The next thing we do is we go through and we create a script that upon boot up, it destroys everything in the home directory, which is really the only thing that they should be able to touch, the only thing they should have permission to touch. And then we take, before we destroy the home directory, we set everything up the way we want it. And then we take a copy of the home directory, tarball that up, and we put it inside of the root drive. Don't allow permission for anyone other than root to touch that particular tarball. Upon boot up, there's a script, and it destroys the home directory, untars the tarball of the what we call sterile home directory, and then puts that back into the home directory. So if somebody, made a change to a browser, or, in the case of Minecraft, downloaded a Minecraft thing and untarred it into the downloads directory, and it was running from there, all of that is going to get wiped out upon restart.
Okay, so my next question with that is how would you deploy this, so someone's not walking around pasting a script to from one computer to the next, moving on, because I'm talking like 60 computers at this point.
Oh, sure. Well, so the way we do it is I have an SD card with this particular deployment on it. And what I do is I literally DD the image onto the drives, that we call them our kiosks. And if a kiosk is ever damaged or they buy a new one or something like that, we literally take that little SD card, plug it in, we DD the image onto the hard drive, and then put the hard drive back in the computer and send it off. You could, if you wanted to deploy this in mass, especially if they're all in one place, you could use something like Clonezilla, and you could PXE boot all of the machines to Clonezilla and have them read from a configured image.
Yeah, that's something that we're working on. Our current network couldn't move big files across it. It's still like 100 megabits. Maybe actually getting an actual 40-ish on a good day when the sun and the moon are aligned in the right place.
Yeah, right. I remember those days. So, yeah, the only other thing you could do, and this isn't much better than having somebody walk around with a script, is you could load that Clonezilla image onto a couple of flash drives, and you could have people plug it in flash drives and boot the machine up. And the nice thing is, it may take 20 to 30 minutes to actually image the computer, but it only takes about 15 seconds of actual time to plug the flash drive in, click on the buttons, and then you walk away, go get coffee while 5 of them image, and then you unplug those 5, plug in the next 5, and you'd whip through it pretty fast, even if it's 60 machines. I've done the biggest deployment I've done is 300, and we did all those by hand, so it's possible.
This seems like it would be a great thing to do with some teenagers. Like I said, as a nonprofit, we could put them to work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great idea. Get the high school kids involved or something, huh?
Yes. It's like, and basically, I think I can see everything that everything with what you're saying. Just throw in a simple cron job, delete with root, untar, and paste, done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will, what we'll do is we'll put a link in the show notes to that particular script that we have. And if you want to use it, you can. Scott is calling. Hey, Scott, I got about a minute. Go. Scott with UUID issues? Hello? All right, Scott, I'm going to put you back on hold, and I don't know if we'll have time to get your issue sorted out this time, but perhaps you can call in next week. Hey, guys, next week we're going to be live from New York City. That's right, New York City and New York. The Ask Noah Show is going there to bring you live coverage of the Ubuntu Rally. We're going to be meeting up with friends of the show like Martin Wimpress and Alan Pup, and we'd love it if you could join us. Now, we haven't exactly secured our plans yet, but we have something in the works because I visit New York pretty regularly, so I know a couple people there, and I told them, I said, this is the first Ask Noah Show's first trip to New York, and we want to make it easy, we want to make it accessible, and we want to have a big party because we know that there's going to be a lot of people in the New York area. Chaz, for example, from New York, that has called in a couple different times. We want to have the opportunity to meet up with them. We want to have the opportunity to grab dinner with you guys, have some drinks, and we want you to be able to listen to the show live. So I have something, it's like 98% finalized. I am just waiting for one other person to sign off on this before I can officially go on the air and say it is happening. So hopefully I will have that. I pushed really hard, you guys, to have that information for you tonight because I know that there's some of you that don't follow us on social media, and this is the only real information that you have. But the show will be live from New York City, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, next week. That's Monday the 25th. And so if you don't usually check us out on social media, head over to facebook.com/AskNoahShow. Check us out on Twitter @AskNoahShow. Or keep an eye on the Ask Noah subreddit. We'll have information in all those places, as well as the Telegram group, telegram.asknoahshow.com. That's all for this week. We'll see you back next week. A huge thanks to Ben, our producer, Sarah, our call screener, and Rakai, our video editor. We'll hand you off to Crosspoint coming up next on Locust Radio, KEQQ 88.3 LPFM, Grand Forks.
It might be on the dark web, so you might want to get it today.
Go to Experian.com/scan to see if your information is on the dark web. Then learn how Experian can help protect your identity.
On the dark web.
Act now to help keep your personal information safe. Get your free dark web scan at Experian.com/scan today.
Can you believe that's a thing? Can you believe that? So
that cub is legit. Basically, yeah, you want to lock it down. Well, that's credit report, access to your credit, but you want to
it down.
You want to
unless you
want to
go buy something, lock it down, or like I said, steal somebody else's.
You can place a fraud alert on all three of your credit reports, and then you can also lock your credit profile. Most places charge about $10 to $15, but that one company's doing it for free because of obvious stuff.
So there's a story that's brewing in the background that nobody's talking about. Because it's something they don't want the public to be too concerned about. And it's something that your Unfiltered show has been talking about for months, and it's heating up right now, and it's the reauthorization of Section 702, which is the amendment to the FISA Act, which allows for the NSA and other intelligence agencies to swim through constitutional loopholes. Section 702 is an amendment to FISA, and it is up for reauthorization this fall.
Yeah.
And so the new National Intelligence Director, Dan Coats, the guy that replaced Clapper, was just recently telling Congress how important FISA is. Here's a little recap.
The Foreign Intelligence and Surveillance Act was first passed in 1978, creating a way for the federal government to obtain court orders for electronic surveillance of suspected spies, terrorists, and foreign diplomats.
In fact, you may notice in his speech here that he's reading that he emphasizes foreign.
Located inside the United States. When originally enacting FISA, Congress decided that collection against targets located abroad would generally be outside of their regime, FISA's regime. That decision reflected the fact that people in the United States are protected by the Fourth Amendment, while foreigners located abroad are not.
So, you look, it's no big deal. FISA, it's safe. It's designed to protect Americans. There's nothing to be concerned about.
All right.
Well, unless you go by the former Director of Intelligence, James Clapper.
However, there are cases when, to fully understand the context of the communication that has been obtained or the threat that is posed, the consumer of that collected intelligence may ask the identity of the U.S. person be revealed. Such requests explain why the unmasking is necessary, and that explanation is conveyed back to the agency that collected the information.
So this question is in the context of the Russia investigation. They're trying to get to the bottom of who the hell's doing all the unmasking, and how come you don't know who it was and why they did it.
It is then up to that agency whether to approve the request and to provide the identity.
So, under these conditions, if the right reasons exist and the agency approves it and everything gets documented, well, then we'll unmask Americans.
And if a U.S. person's identity is revealed, that identity is provided only to the person who properly requested it.
And the press, of course, via leaks, obviously.
Not to a broader audience. This process is subject to oversight and reporting, and in the interest of transparency, my former office publishes a report on the statistics of how many U.S. persons' identities are unmasked.
Okay, wake up. Here we go. Here's the number. Here it comes.
Based on collection that occurred under Section 702 of the FISA Amendment Act, which I'll speak to in a moment. And in 2016, that number was 1,934.
So 1,934 Americans were unmasked based on the data collected by the NSA loopholes.
To in a moment. And in 2016, that number was 1,934. On several occasions during...
Now, what does that tell you? So 1,934 people were unmasked. Now, it's not millions. It's not hundreds of thousands. It tells you that it's probably very selective. So I would imagine a handful of those are potentially terrorists. But something tells me the rest are probably political blackmail. It's probably politicians they're unmasking. Like your Trump associates and your whatnots.
Right.
Now, there was a big conference going on this last week. Big NSA show, the big National Security Conference.
Next, the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee and the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee on the challenges facing the intel community. Congressman Adam Schiff and Senator Mark Warner also spoke about the FISA reauthorization and Russia's interference in the 2016 elections.
Yeah, so you're a good buddy.
My friend.
And personal pal, Woody, a.k.a. Adam Schiff.
Ability in terms of what we're paying for certain programs, whether something that we've been doing the same way for a long time continues to be justified.
So they all came out with one singular message. And this is a really long clip, so I don't know if I'm going to nail it here from Woody because he kind of rambles a bit, but I'll see if I can isolate it here.
Time, human nature is human nature.
Yeah, this is just about it. This is what they all said. It's funny. It's like they all had a little meeting beforehand.
We're doing a pretty good job.
So that sounds like a very serious, maybe not flaw, but a default in a system that you have to...
Let's see here. I'll see if I can find it. I'm sorry, it was kind of obnoxious. Just a super long clip.
It's accountable. I think a lot of the work that needs to get done, doesn't get the same attention, and is obviously of vital importance. I view our committee as having perhaps the most difficult oversight job in the Congress.
His committee being the Intelligence Committee, and here he's talking about 702.
Because when you serve on one of the other committees and you're doing oversight, if you're on the Transportation Committee, and the agencies come in and they're talking about high-speed rail and what a great project it is and how well it's going and how it's on budget and on time and all the rest of that, there are any number of outside stakeholders who can hold those witnesses accountable and can provide information to the committee and say, that's not true and this isn't right and you need to ask these questions. In our arena, where most of our hearings are in closed session, we don't have the outside stakeholders to the same degree able to give us input, insight, help us to ask the right questions, or know when we're not getting a complete answer.
He is literally admitting that the intelligence agencies have no one to fact check them.
That's right.
So they can tell him anything.
This is a backdoor way of saying
and
it.
This is, at the same time, they're trying to justify the reauthorization of something that is a loophole ridden. That whole by the way, let me pull this up here again. Sorry. This whole conference was 2 hours. Tons of different people came out from the national security agencies, and they all had one message. The message was, well, so often we are distracted by immediate concerns that we don't think about the long-term issues. And what that is saying is, well, so often we're distracted by the recent abuses of Section 702, but the long-term thing is we really need that spying capability. We really need it because there might be Russians out there. There may be Russians. We may be seeing Russians everywhere, Chase. I know that I've seen Russians in a few places, and the State Department spokesperson may be seeing Russians too. And that Russian may be your buddy,
my good friend,
old Matt from the AP.
Man, I haven't heard from Matt in a while.
I know. I've been looking for Matt, and I finally found him, and you won't believe the reception he got after he came back.
Are you aware of, in Russia or any other country, where U.S. missions that have been vacated have been searched by the host government, whether it's their version of the FBI or their version of diplomatic security?
So he's asking about the seized diplomatic properties that we kicked the Russians out of.
Yep.
We're not giving them back their property, and we've been going through and searching them. So that's what he's asking her about.
The host government, whether it's their version of the FBI or their version of diplomatic security.
You know what? I don't know if you all are working for RT today or what, but
just for asking a basic question.
You know that's insulting to Matt and his many years of experience.
Yeah, and he represents the AP, which is a well-established.
Very well-established, over 100-year organization. And, for him to do a thoughtful, investigative question, and for her, very unprofessionally, throwing him under the bus, that's bull. I'm sorry. That is bad.
Rough, dude.
That's very bad.
Whether it's their version of the FBI or their version of diplomatic security.
You know what? I don't know if you all are working for RT today or what, but
Did you hear that person say, excuse me? And then she looks, that nervous laugh like, oh, I've gone too far. I shouldn't have said
No.
Come on.
Come on, give me a real question.
Go on, you all are working for RT today or what, but
No.
Come on. See, I can be funny too, Matt. Come on, you're joking around.
There's a broader.
I will ask that question. I don't know. I've been here 4 months. I don't know the normal process. Thank you for asking. I don't know the normal process for going through those facilities, but I will look into that. Okay.
You know where she worked before this? Fox.
That's right.
That's
right.
Yeah. Now, there is some big breaking news today, over the last couple of days, in the Russia investigation.
President Trump's former national security advisor, Michael Flynn, is still refusing to cooperate with congressional subpoenas to testify. Now, a congressional committee is turning over new information to special counsel Robert Mueller about foreign contacts Flynn did not disclose. And our chief investigative correspondent, Brian Ross, is here with the story. Good morning, Brian.
Well, good morning, Robin. The new allegations today against General Flynn involve what are being called more than a dozen contacts overseas.
Now, none of them, ironically, are Russian.
For a private business venture that congressional investigators tell ABC News Flynn concealed from authorities. Information that Congressman Elijah Cummings says has now been turned over to special counsel Robert Mueller.
Here's my belief about all these guys. So all these guys are corrupt sons of bitches that are making back-end deals with insider information constantly and then leveraging political power to get bigger and better deals and make more money and increase their scope of cronies. Like this is
Politics 101.
That's the business in D.C. So when you just dig around under any of these guys' rocks, you start finding this stuff.
General Flynn spent the summer in Newport, Rhode Island, seen in this photo, proudly posted by his son as the general tried to stay out of the headlines.
It's a little creepy. It's a little creepy that they're doing this, actually.
General Flynn? Yeah. Brian Ross, ABC News. How are you?
Oh, shit.
Just wanted to ask you if you had anything you wanted to say.
No, I sure don't.
Everyone's asking what's going on in your case.
I really having a great time with my family.
But Congress spent the summer gathering new information that Democrats say reveals Flynn committed criminal acts by omitting and concealing contacts and travel overseas, which they say should have been disclosed for his security clearance. Investigators used Flynn's own words against him, reviewing speeches and news interviews in which he boasted of his overseas contacts.
I have spoken to
friends in Saudi, friends in Egypt, friends in Kuwait, friends in Qatar, friends in the UAE.
But Flynn did not list any contacts in those countries as required on his disclosure form.
Oops.
Oh,
to be fair, maybe it was an online form and he typed it out.
It was a PDF and you could only fill in certain areas.
I hate that.
According to congressional investigators.
Is subject to a 5-year jail sentence.
Y'all should be in jail for 5 years then.
I think that's pretty serious.
Flynn is also under scrutiny for his alleged role in a bizarre proposal to kidnap this exiled Turkish dissident.
Now, 10 points if anybody can name this quote-unquote exiled dissident.
10 points?
Yeah, well, here's the thing, is he actually is extremely significant. He's, in fact, he's supremely significant.
Fethullah Gulen.
Fethullah Gulen is the guy that Erdogan blamed for the attempted coup of his government. Do you remember about a year ago on this show when we covered the Turkish government was there's like a coup and Erdogan was fleeing and it looked like he might lose power for a bit.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And well, he blamed this guy. Erdogan blamed this guy for leading the coup, and people started saying this guy has CIA connections and all this stuff, and then the story got shut down.
This exiled Turkish dissident, Fethullah Gulen, from rural Pennsylvania, and send him back to Turkey. Former CIA director James Woolsey told ABC News he was at a meeting in which Flynn raised the prospect.
They were seriously considering a kidnapping operation for Gulen.
Now, he has gone public with this, and they leaked to the press to sabotage the plan because Gulen was their guy. They were protecting their guy that they used to try to start a revolt in Turkey, and then when the Trump team just wanted to give him over to make nice to Erdogan, the CIA leaked that fact to the press to shut the whole operation down, and that's why the former CIA director is willing to go on the record to talk about it.
He was at a meeting in which Flynn raised the prospect.
They were seriously considering a kidnapping operation for Gulen. And I told them then that it was a bad idea, it was illegal.
Because that always matters to the CIA.
Lock her up. That's right.
All at the same time that General Flynn was serving.
That's why the media hates him. The media has hated Flynn from the moment he said this at the convention.
Lock her up. That's right.
All at the same time that General Flynn was serving as candidate Donald Trump's top national security advisor.
That would be outrageous to talk about a kidnapping on American soil.
The CIA and kidnapping? Just unheard of.
Never been done.
We tried to ask Flynn about the allegations. Now coming out of Washington, his family stepped in to protect him.
But thanks so much. The allegations about, are they bothering you from a distance, sir?
They bother me from a distance. Thank you.
Flynn's lawyer says his client was not part of any plot, any discussions involving a kidnapping. And in the end, the importance of these allegations may be that prosecutors can use them as a kind of hammer to cut a deal with Flynn.
Yeah, this is what this is about, because all of this is like dealing with Ukraine and Qatar, people who a lot of politicians deal with. This is about leverage, and because that's not really enough leverage, they've got to flip him. He obviously knows something they need, so today they really turned up the heat.
And now this breaking news. NBC News has learned that Michael Flynn Jr., the son of President Donald Trump's former national security advisor, is a subject of the federal investigation into Russian meddling.
Oh, so now they're going after his boy.
In the presidential election and possible collusion between Moscow and the Trump campaign.
Oh, man. He's going to flip. He's going to flip. He's totally going to flip. Don't you think?
How long will it take, though, is the question.
I don't know.
Maybe by the end of the year?
It depends. People might be busy reading Hillary's new book.
Oh, that's right, because, she is making the circuit now.
What happened?
Oh, what happened? Well, it was Bernie's fault.
Yeah, that was one of my favorites. And when asked, why are you blaming Bernie, her response is, well, the primaries happened. I have to talk about what happened in the primaries. What kind of answer was that?
That is awful.
He paved the way for crooked Hillary, she says. And blames the Bernie bros for never giving up online and always going after anybody who supported Hillary.
Whatever happened to personal responsibility? And maybe the fact that more people took at the time, they thought maybe the lesser of the two evils. They're like, oh, we got Trump, we got Hillary.
And maybe the fact that it was time for a populist candidate.
Right.
Or the fact that it was exposed that the DNC stacked the deck against Bernie, so you could never really secure the supporters.
No.
I guess in full fairness, we should also consider Hillary's point. I mean, maybe she's right. Maybe it's Whitey.
will make America great again.
He was quite successful in referencing a nostalgia that would give hope, comfort, settle grievances for millions of people who were upset about gains that were made by others.
What you're saying is millions of white people.
Millions of white people. Yeah, millions of white people.
Well,
Millions of white people, so millions of white people are to blame.
Now, now, do you think that Jane Pauley threw the line out first? Do you think that was already pre-set up?
I wonder. I think a lot of the interview was pre.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
But like the softball. Oh, you mean white people?
CBS,
oh, yeah, white people.
That's what CBS does in all interviews. That's
CBS
a CBS
cares.
tactic. Yeah, it really is. And specifically though, I feel like blaming Whitey it's too broad. She should probably narrow that down to men. Maybe.
To the stereotypes we all carry around in our head. And a lot of the sexism and the misogyny was in service of these attitudes like, we really don't want a woman commander-in-chief.
We just didn't want. See, it's
no,
not
we just
that.
didn't.
We didn't want that woman.
We just didn't want Hillary.
Yeah, nobody did, and that's why the rallies. Nobody attended the rallies. That's why they towards the end of the campaign, she was taking weeks off. She was taking weekends off. They were bringing Obama out. She wasn't energizing anybody.
Well, don't forget the health issues that that kind of got quietly swept under the rug. Remember when she was dragged to her chariot?
Yeah,
you know, I mean.
There's all kinds of things.
There's
like
a lot of just odd, weird things that she's conveniently omitting and not talking about. And, and deflection,
sure.
And it's very, very frustrating.
And
to hear.
There's one example in this interview recently that shows you how cocksure she was going to win the election. She had this thing sunk, and I have to admit my own personal bias. When I heard this, I thought this might have something to do with her health. I don't know why, but that was the first thing that struck me. But anyways, she was so cocksure they were going to win the election that her and Bill bought a second house next to their house.
What?
Yeah.
Clinton had been so sure she'd be the one giving that inaugural speech.
You specifically bought this house for a reason.
I did.
And this was to be?
Well, I know a lot about what it takes to move a president, and I thought I was going to win.
The Clintons had acquired the house next door to accommodate White House staff and security during a second Clinton administration.
And doesn't it kind of haunt you?
No, I'm very happy we did it.
At a dining room table in that house, she wrote about what happened.
So she stays in this house now by herself, without Bill.
Not creepy at all. Totally not.
And they were going to rent it to the Secret Service. So they make it sound like they bought it for the staff.
No, they
were going to rent it because they did this in the past.
So you think that they were going to turn this into a mini Mar-a-Lago?
They kind of actually, so they have.
Yeah.
So the houses are next to each other. So now the Secret Service has shut off the road. So they have a compound. And I wondered, if she did have significant health issues and need to be at home where her nurse setup was, if this would be a convenient way to accommodate that. Now, who knows if she has health problems? But, you see the way she's walking there. It seemed labored. Yeah, the book, I don't really have much more to say on it because I feel like it's her attempt to become politically relevant for 2018 so that way she can be some kind of influence either in funding or political power. The Clintons still need some sort of political capital, and so this is her setting the narrative of her version of history that explains away everything and explains why she's still a good political contender.
I would love to hear from Democrats who either didn't vote for her or maybe they did and now she's getting back into the race or trying to get back into things, because with the midterms coming up around the corner, I really feel like having her involved hurts.
It's a detriment, yeah.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Because she is the epitome, unfortunately, of a losing campaign. And then I know they're going to say, well, she had the popular vote or whatever, but she didn't win where she needed to win.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think if she's trying to get back in the limelight, it's just going to hurt things.
Yeah. I have some more on the whole commie stuff and the overtime, but I want to keep talking about the Russia investigation a bit. And like I said earlier, we speculated in the past about Hillary's health. We're going to speculate a little bit about Donald Trump's health just to spread the love around, because why not be reckless with it? And but before we go there, let's talk about Trump's kid. That's also happening.
Tinted windows block the view of Donald Trump Jr. inside this car after he avoided cameras at the Capitol.
for 5 hours today. Behind closed doors, the president's son meeting with Senate investigators looking into Russia's interference with the 2016 election. According to a statement obtained by NBC News, Trump Jr. said he took a June 2016 meeting with a Russian lawyer and others because he thought he'd get dirt on Hillary Clinton. Quote, to the extent they had information concerning the fitness, character, or qualifications of a presidential candidate, I believed I should at least hear them out.
What did you think of that?
A very well-crafted response that we know is a little BS.
Wouldn't you want to know? I sure would want to know.
Well, we talked about this before.
Yeah,
when you're contacted by a foreign government, big red flag, and then we've been talking about Russia forever at that point too. Russia's been involved in stuff for years. Not a good idea. I don't. I don't care if if you have that happened during what was it? Was it the Gore campaign? Or didn't we talk about that? A previous presidential election where someone got it was like the book, it was like a tips book or something like that. That was
okay. You're ringing bells.
Yeah,
yeah.
But I mean, you report it. Essentially, is the summary. You report it and you do it the right thing. Obviously, they didn't.
Okay, so a couple of big things around Trump happened this week. The second one was Bannon coming out, and I think shedding a lot of light on the inner workings of Trump and the early thinkings of his office. But there's another thing, and this is the thing I want to talk about first, and that is speculation about dementia or Alzheimer's seems to be ratcheting it up to a new pace, especially on Twitter, where people are beginning to share videos that honestly do seem to be somewhat concerning. And so I've collected a couple of them, so I thought we could have a frank conversation about this. So first, this was tweeted out. The tweet reads, I swear to God, Trump is sundowning. Here he is, confused, wandering away from his limo. Had to be redirected. Now, are you familiar with sundowning as a term?
I have not.
I guess it's like an Alzheimer's term where in the evening you start to become a little more disconnected. You start to become a little. You slur your words.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is a clip of Trump around 5 p.m. Eastern time, coming off of Air Force One, and you got to watch this. So I apologize for the audio audience, but I'll describe the scene to you. Trump comes down the stairway here. Now watch this. He's supposed to be getting in his limo, and if you're watching the clip, it becomes pretty obvious where his limo is. His limo is directly in front of him at the bottom of the steps. Secret Service is standing there with the door open, saluting him. You would think Trump would be getting in the vehicle, but he begins to wander off, looking for his ride.
What?
Secret Service starts to notice, and somebody runs out to grab him, and they redirect him back to the limo. And then everything's fine. And then
so to be fair, okay, how long was he in the air at this point?
Well, and here's the other thing: is there are sometimes decoy limos, so he may have been going to the wrong limo.
Right,
it's possible.
How many times, Chris, that you've traveled? I've traveled many, many times, and actually, I'm going to defend the president.
I mean, that limo was parked legitimately right in front of the steps with the door open.
But you know how many times, honestly, though, man, I have traveled and I have gone places, and you get off the plane and your mind is somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? I'm willing to give the benefit here.
So here's another one that people thought was a little strange. Donald Trump is at a press meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu from Israel, and just sort of wanders off in the moment of it, leaving Netanyahu just standing there bewildered. So he stands up from his seat. They're supposed to pose for a shake. He just begins to wander off. And Netanyahu's awkwardly standing there, and then somebody tells him to go back and pose for pictures. Isn't
that's a little weird.
Now, maybe it's because he's a total noob, but yeah, he just gets up.
Maybe a little ADD, and he's like...
Netanyahu taps him on the arm and puts his hand out as like, let's shake hands, and Trump just wanders off. Okay, all right, so that's strange.
Netanyahu's like, dude, come back, photo, come on.
But that's nothing compared to this next one.
All right.
You're not going to believe this next clip. This is Donald Trump introducing Rudy Giuliani, and he can't find him. I would like you to tell me when you figured out where Rudy Giuliani is in the scene. Donald Trump is in the White House, sitting at his table, where he usually has like a lot of advisors.
With that, I want to introduce Rudy Giuliani, and he's going to be working with Jared Kushner and with Tom Bossert, who are also here. And Rudy's very much of an expert on cybersecurity. It's been a very important thing to him. And
his chief of staff, Donald Trump's chief of staff, Kelly, is sitting next to him, and you'll see in a moment Kelly points out to Trump where Giuliani is.
To what he does, and maybe I'll ask Rudy to say a few words.
Well, thank you very, very much, Mr. President. First of all, congratulations on.
Okay, so do you know where he is yet?
Let me guess, right next to him.
Administration. I've never seen so much done in so short a period.
Straight in front of him. Oh my gosh.
He's legitimately sitting right across the table from him, eye to eye.
You know what it is? He's not looking at anybody. He's just looking down. I mean, go back. If you rewind it back a little bit, and
yeah, but he didn't even notice when he sat down at the table.
Yeah, see, he doesn't even. He's not even.
No, his eyes are up a little bit right there,
but he's not really paying attention. He's just.
What about right there? It looks like he's looking straight ahead to me right there, doesn't it?
We'll roll the clip in context.
Okay, let's roll the whole thing. So
yeah.
With that, I want to introduce Rudy Giuliani, and he's going to be.
It's one of those. It could be like a blank lookup,
Jared
you know.
Kushner, and with Tom Bossert.
But he knows who Rudy Giuliani is. He knows this person.
Yeah, I know.
We're also
all right,
here.
I'm trying hard here to be nice today.
On cybersecurity, it's been a very important thing to him and to what he does, and maybe I'll ask Rudy to
I'm
say
with
a
our
few
chat room
words.
on this. I'm with Cubicle Nate. I really think, and I was thinking this in my head, I think he's just tired.
Or he's so overwhelmed that he's just heads down, freaking out, and he's not like. But so a couple of things seemed undeniable. It is a dramatic and scary lack of attention to detail from the commander-in-chief.
Yeah, that is apparent.
So watch just one more time. So to make it clear, what happens is the camera zooms out, and you realize that Rudy Giuliani is right across the table from Donald Trump.
Well, thanks, Rudy.
Thank you very, very much.
Where is Rudy? Kelly tells him, where is Rudy?
He does, and maybe I'll ask Rudy to say a few words.
I mean, there is one theory out there as to what's going on. So some people think he's sundowning. Alex Jones has a theory.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Is it about
they
mustaches?
Are putting a slow sedative that they're building up that's also addictive in his Diet Cokes and in his iced tea, and that the president by 6 or 7 at night is basically slurring his words and is drugged.
And this is, you go by the credibility of Alex Jones.
So
he claims to have multiple sources, and so does Roger Stone.
All right, it's only for 1 sec. We all know already that Donald Trump is allegedly a huge fan of Alex Jones. I mean, hell, Alex Jones has had him on his show. They've talked about it and all that fun stuff. Do you think that President Trump has Alex Jones media kind of in his like repertoire? You know, he watches Fox News.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because I was going to say, you would think that Donald would be like, whoa, what the hell?
No, I don't think so. I think...
it's very huge.
I think...
all this poison in my drink.
No, what it is there is... what that is... let's see, what would be the way to put this? I think what that is Alex Jones has been told by somebody that he actually thinks is legitimate for whatever reason. Alex Jones, I think, believes it because I watched the whole damn clip.
Wow.
And he goes on to say that they're adding it up over time, that it's addictive, and that he urges the president to get a blood test.
This is the best Diet Coke I've ever had.
Yeah. It says they're making it's a coup. It's a coup. That's what he says.
Sedative that they're building up that's also addictive in his Diet Cokes.
Maybe that's why he seems so groggy. Maybe that's why.
This calorie-free Diet Coke is the best tasting Diet Coke I've ever tasted.
There was something else really, really fascinating that happened this week. Steve Bannon went out to promote Steve Bannon and sat down with Charlie Rose and had some rather interesting things to say. I mean, I think I was actually kind of surprised, and so was Breiwei, I think.
There's nothing to the Russia investigation. It's a waste of time.
What do you believe? You know what the National Security Institution believe. What do you believe?
What do you mean what they believe? We don't really, I mean, that there may have been, I think, look, I was there. It's a total and complete farce. Russian collusion is a farce. Okay.
Former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon refusing to concede that Russia interfered with the 2016 election in our country. He sat down, as you saw, with Charlie Rose of 60 Minutes for his first on-camera interview since leaving the administration. President Trump has likewise declined to acknowledge that Russia meddled in the election. Forgive me. That's despite intelligence showing the Kremlin tried to influence the outcome. Since leaving the Trump administration, Bannon has vowed to go to war for the president. He's using his position at Breitbart News to further that end, but he hasn't refrained from taking his former boss to task over a few things. One of the more notable...
I want to stop here. So the media is portraying this as Bannon going after Trump to a degree, and I don't necessarily agree. So I'll play a little bit of what he says here. It doesn't seem super extreme to me. It seems pretty low key. But this is they're portraying this as him going after Donald Trump here.
Someone said to me that you described the firing of James Comey. You're a student of history as the biggest mistake in political history.
That would probably be too bombastic even for me, but maybe modern political history.
The White House today is standing by the president's decision to fire James Comey.
And I sat down, watched this whole interview, and there was one part that really stood out because I think it's multi-layered. First of all, it's, I think, the truth. Second of all, you got to consider the source. This guy worked inside the White House, so he probably knows what he's talking about to some degree. And then third, I think it reveals a long-term game plan by Steve Bannon. I think we're going to hear a lot more from Steve.
Republican establishment is trying to nullify the 2016 election. That's a brutal fact we have to face.
The Republican establishment.
The Republican establishment
wants to nullify the 2016 election.
Trying to nullify the 2016 election.
I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know if he's just trying to prove to the world that Steve Bannon is a great strategist. I don't know if he's trying to position himself as a political leader. I hope not. Because in this interview, if you watch in its entirety, and we have it in the supporter sync, you can see he has very flawed logic about some things, especially when it comes to immigration. But in other things, I believe he is very right about his assessment. And so it's kind of a scary mix because he's very intelligent, he's very well read and researched, he understands political cycles and historical cycles very well, which is a very good tool in politics. So he's able to use the populist movement in a way that's very clever. So he has the potential to gain political popularity. I don't think he's necessarily a good person, though. And we cover some more in the overtime. But here's a little bit here about the establishment against Trump.
Nullify the 2016 election.
Trying to nullify the 2016 election.
All right.
Absolutely.
Who?
I think Mitch McConnell, and to a degree, Paul Ryan. They do not want Donald Trump's populist economic.
If you look at the, sorry to keep interrupting, but if you look at the curtain colors behind Bannon there, and then look at the curtain colors behind Charlie.
Yeah. Well, first off, it's a much tighter shot on Steve.
Yeah, but a lot of people are pointing out that it seems like the colors in Bannon's shot are much more saturated. Maybe that some people think that, so you can find YouTube videos online where people are showing like color manipulation.
And we've also shared on this show that there's been times where Bannon's been in black and white and looking like awfulness. Mm-hmm. So, I mean...
It seems to be something they like to do.
Yeah.
Economic nationalist agenda to be implemented. It's very obvious. It's obvious as night follows day.
Give me a story that illustrates that.
Well, Mitch McConnell, when we first met him, I mean, he said, I think in one of the first meetings in Trump Tower with the president, as we're wrapping up, he basically says, I don't want to hear any more of this drain the swamp talk. Flat out. He goes, a guy up on Capitol Hill can't buy a Coke unless it's got to be reported. He says, I can't hire any smart people because everybody's all over them for reporting requirements and the pay, et cetera, in the scrutiny. You know, you got to back off that. The drain the swamp thing was Mitch McConnell was day one. Did not want to go there, wanted us to back off.
You are attacking on many fronts people who you need to help you to get things done.
They're not going to help you unless they're put on notice. They're going to be held accountable if they do not support the President of the United States. Right now, there's no accountability. They do not support the President's program. It's an open secret on Capitol Hill. Everybody in the city knows it.
And so, therefore, now that you're out of the White House, you go into war with them.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, he says.
You know, and to lean on to this point, if he says, you know, the follow the President's agenda, well, that's up to the voters to decide. If the voters of those Republicans in their respective districts, and if those voters believe that their representatives are doing their job, then it doesn't matter if they support the president or not. I mean, really, that's what it comes down to. It comes down to the voter, ultimately.
Yeah, I would imagine. So he's making the calculus that that the populist movement isn't stopping anytime soon. That's the calculus he's making.
Well, the only way that changes is when the populist movement puts in people in Congress that want to follow that. And until that establishment changes, you can't, quote-unquote, drain the swamp anyway when those establishment candidates are still in there.
Yeah, as he seems to have learned because he's out now. I mean, he can say whatever he wants.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's a very easy road to see, Mr. Steve Bannon, is that you're not going to get people on your side if you have people voting them in the office that are still pulling the traditional party line.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of him, though.
Oh, absolutely.
I think he's sort of the media's new budget Cheney. He's like the cheap Cheney. So he makes an argument in his interview that nationalism is, he makes an argument for nationalism.
Oh, well, he talks about, the whole immigration thing. And I watched The Daily Show, and and Trevor Noah, he had a spot talking about how they actually hired a genealogist, and they traced back to his great-great-grandparents were immigrants from Ireland. So,
sure, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
He's just playing up to the crowd right now. Playing up.
I feel like he's pretty passionate about it to a degree.
Yeah, it is. Totally. I mean, you could see the passion. There's no doubt there.
I got a little more for the overtime, so let's punt the rest of the overtime because we have a big high note this week. So I want to go through this because we have many things to cover, especially because there's a possibility that we will miss the next couple of weeks of the Unfiltered show. So brace yourselves for this because I'm going to New York. I'm not even taking the RV this time. It's just we're loading up in Hadia's car and hauling.
Now, before we head into our Patreon Club 33 segment, I want to publicly announce on this show that I have now been followed on Twitter by Anthony Scaramucci.
By the Mooch.
By the Mooch.
I don't have that.
Womp womp.
Well, you should go check Chase's Twitter feed.
That's right, and it's legit. It's not a bot account. It is totally legit.
He probably thinks you're Devin Nunes.
No, he doesn't.
No, you don't think so?
Actually, here's the story. Real quick story.
There's a story?
There is a story. So last night, he tweets out, yes. And I was just like, what's this in regards to? And I saw that he was quoting a tweet saying, oh my God, Anthony Scaramucci just followed me. Is this legit? And not a bot. And he actually replied personally and said, yes, it's legit.
Wow.
So I replied.
Made me drop my phone.
I know. I'm sorry, buddy. You're going to get a new iPhone X anyway, right? So anyway, I replied to that tweet and I said, but you don't follow me. And I did an animated GIF of Pikachu.
Oh, man, you e-pressured him into following you, dude.
And guess what? And it worked.
I'm not going to dignify that with an answer.
Yes,
that's amazing.
Yeah, so very awesome. Happy Moochie Day.
That's great.
But now it's time.
It's time for the sack?
To reach in deep and pull out some messages from my sack. It is Unfiltered Day Club 33. Hey, guys. How you doing? What's on your mind? And we have a few people. First off, Baker the clerk writes in and says, hey, guys, just wanted to send in a quick note because Chris asked if we had any thoughts on it, if people actually understood that DACA is more about the economy and not about humanitarianism, it would be a non-issue. But we see the media using angle of dreamers being taken out of the country because they know that imagery will make people react vehemently.
OMG, OMG, OMG.
That coupled with people's disdain for the president makes a good scapegoat. That all makes a nice cocktail of news to sell to the average consumer. Hopefully that wasn't too convoluted. Keep up the great work.
Reclaiming my time.
Appreciate you. No, you are not reclaiming your time because we have two more in Club 33. Verituna writes in and says, hey, oh boy, what a week so far. So Putin saying okay to UN peacekeepers in Ukraine has ruffled some feathers, notably Ukraine, who despite saying they should arm OSCE missions, which by definition are civilian missions, they are now objecting to UN peacekeepers because Russia wants it. There is no pleasing these guys. On other fronts, though, Syria is making all kinds of headway, and ISIS are most definitely on the run. But run where? East to Iraq or west to Turkey?
That's how we go. That's how we roll.
Closer to home, Brexit is taking all kinds of unexpected turns, not least of which is EU president's aides saying, quote, join the euro to stay relevant in the EU after Brexit, to newer members who have yet to not join. So, he's trying to throw the carrot out there. No pressure to them. And now over to you, Chris.
I think it's wasted effort.
Is that it?
No, that's what he said, actually.
Oh, wow. That's nice.
I know.
And nobody ever tosses to me.
But no one tosses to me, and I read these.
Well, no, because you don't have to be tossed to you. You're reading them. All right, moving on.
Fair enough. And I don't know if this is Ion or Exxon, But hey, guys, new Club 33 supporter here from Down Under in New Zealand. I can't do that, sorry.
No, that was
terrible.
We're going to totally cut that out.
That's out of the live show.
Yeah.
While the world covered many months' worth of a clown fest that was the U.S. election, our election cycle has only been covered for a few weeks with Election Day on the 23rd, but it's already tiring. Like how one of the party's leaders is using a man's death to push their health policy. Yeah, we've heard that before. Not much on my mind this week, but I like to say I appreciate the hard work you guys do. Thursday Morning Unfilter is the show. That's right, because it is tomorrow. Is the show that I look forward to every week. Looking forward to the supplemental show starting up eventually. By the way, I love Australia. I want to come down and visit. I want to go to PAX Australia.
I thought you said New Zealand.
Australian, the whole Commonwealth down there, the whole area down there. But New Zealand, Australian.
Hello, everybody.
I love the Kiwis. You guys are great.
All right.
If you guys want to be a part of our awesome Patreon, head over to patreon.com/unfilter. You can get on the waiting list right now for Club 33.
Yeah.
But even if you can't get into Club 33, we appreciate any support you guys give. Even if you can't afford to give support, throw a retweet out there, put a comment on a iTunes review, just the general message of getting out the show. Absolutely.
Yep. Also, don't forget the Discord chat room, discord.me/Jupiter Colony, and you can find the Unfiltered channel in there. So there is a possibility if the moon and Saturn and Mars and Earth align that Chase is thinking about rolling out a patron-only special show. Maybe with a few clip assists, depending if producer Matt could throw him a few, and you guys would have like a town hall style Unfilter,
right?
Which would be epic. It's something I would love to listen to on the drive back. So we will not have our regularly scheduled show, but there are things in the behind the scenes brewing.
We're trying to make something happen.
Yeah. I'm hoping that I would say one of my goals for 2018 is that we get funding on this show and on the main Jupiter Signal patron channels to the level where when I hit the road, I can afford for gas in the RV. I can afford to park somewhere where I know I will have internet. Like I guess just take the assurances that I would need to be able to produce from the road.
Right.
And this show is absolutely the largest challenge from a production standpoint from the road because of all the clips. But in the past we've been willing to do, and you guys have seemed to be pretty receptive to us doing special editions or discussion episodes. And we tried it once, and I thought it worked really good when I was in Arizona. Do you remember
Well,
that?
yeah, and not only that, I mean, that worked very well, and the patrons love the exclusive content. It gives them some special stuff.
So I know we
absolutely.
can do it. I know we can do it. So I'm hoping that's definitely one of my goals for 2018 is to make travel for work less
stressful.
Impactful on work.
Yeah.
So I can
Makes
continue
sense.
to produce from the show, from the roads and stuff, because technically it's capable, but now it's a matter of, well, really this one is about budget. The RV, depending on the passes and whatnot, on average, will probably get 8 to 9 miles per gallon. And Hadia's Ford Focus gets 35, 36 miles per gallon. So the economics to drive to New York, email notification if you got to that. All right, so let's do the high note now. We're marching towards Cannabis Day, where Canada will legalize pot. And different, what do you call it, Chase? You're our local Canadian expert. Ontario, is that a province? Am I saying, what is that?
Yes, Ontario.
Ontario
is a province.
Province, and they, of course, kind
of like a state, but not really.
the hospital, not Providence, the hospital.
Not Providence.
They have announced their plans for how pot's going to be sold in their neck of the woods, and it is a recipe for disaster. Yeah, it's not going to go good.
Tanya Sailoum was forced to shut down her illegal marijuana dispensary, and when the sale of recreational marijuana becomes legal next year, she won't be allowed to get back into the business.
It's a monopoly. They're just trying to get as much money as they can.
In Ontario, only the government will be allowed to sell non-medical marijuana.
Can you hold for a minute here? Now, this kind of already happens in a way with liquor sales, like in British Columbia, for example, where they have state-run, basically, liquor stores. We had that here in the state of Washington, actually. We had state-run liquor stores. So maybe this is Canada's way of dipping their toe in the water?
This is Canada's way of making a little bit off the top.
You mean
a
little bit of green?
Yeah, seriously. But the problem is
or plastic, because they have plastic money.
The problem, and one of the things we've talked about, I totally understand that the money is tempting. But it's also a huge industry opportunity. It's a huge business opportunity.
They're trying to lock out everybody.
Assuming legislation goes through, starting July 1st next year, in Ontario, anyone 19 or over will be able to buy marijuana in dozens of new, freestanding stores run by the Provincial Liquor Control Board. But the stores won't look anything like this. In small marijuana-only stores, the product will be treated like tobacco, kept behind counters. Ontario says it is determined to drive dealers and illegal shops out of business.
See, but this is the problem. So they're only going to license the liquor stores, a certain amount of liquor stores. They're going to control the flow, they're going to control the grow, and they're going to control the sale. And the problem is it's going to be an anti-competitive product. It won't that without a private industry around it, you don't get the competitiveness that makes for a great product, and instead people just go to the black market, which does have that dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
So your real competition, which they have to keep in mind, and I don't understand why it takes some podcaster to explain this to them, your real competition is the black market, not small businesses.
With strict enforcement and by locating its new marijuana stores near where illegal dispensaries have popped up.
We want to send a signal to the marketplace that distribution and retail is going to be a controlled model. It's going to be controlled by the government.
Another part of that control, the government says, will be keeping prices low enough to encourage people to buy marijuana legally. But some believe Ontario's plans will fall apart immediately.
Your lineups are going to be ridiculous. People are not going to go stand in line for 4 hours to get low-grade legal cannabis when they can just call their regular drug dealer that they've been calling for 20 years.
If it's overly restrictive, I think people will just opt out.
This expert also believes Ontario's strategy will fall apart, just not as quickly.
I think, it's I wouldn't declare a disaster yet, but it's concerning to watch these implementations sometimes start to get screwed up.
Yeah. And this is where the government is seeing, and the Canadian government is seeing the big potential money, because they've already seen it happening down here in the States, and it's not going to work because the private we've already seen it with the Liquor Control Board here. Yeah, they license it, but they don't do the store stuff, and I think that's what Ontario should try to go for.
Now, if there wasn't all of these crazy stories from the hurricanes, I think the wildfires here in the Pacific Northwest would likely be a pretty big national story.
It's popped up from now and again.
Yeah. And there's an angle to it that actually impacts the high note. Surprise, surprise. Yeah.
Smoke is also having an impact on a local crop which relies on adequate sunlight. NBC5's Emily Beal explains.
At Butte Creek Farms in Eagle Point, marijuana spans the land.
They have 20,000 marijuana plants growing. Usually the peak time for those marijuana plants to blossom is in the summer sunshine here in the Rogue Valley.
All right, hold on.
How great a story is this, Chase?
All right, let's
how great? Scale of 1 to 10. Is it like an 11?
I want to pause this for a minute.
This is here in Oregon.
So first off, mask, come on. You're not going to get a contact high just being a quick spot.
Yeah, I love it when they go out in the marijuana fields and they put a mask on as if the plants are burning.
Right. Now if there was a big bonfire, okay, I'd give you that. But come on.
Or the smoke is so bad up there. But if the smoke was so bad, you would be able to see some of it there in the camera picture. So it's
Well, actually, if you look at the trees in the background.
Oh, no, you can. Yeah, but I mean, like if it was so thick that it'd be bad to breathe, you could actually see it closer up to the camera too. Like,
just doesn't sound good.
It's so good though.
Do you think the wireless mic's in the mask? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I can see it on her collar.
Oh, okay.
But with the sun almost completely covered by smoke from fires across southern Oregon, it's affecting how their crop is being grown. And they estimate the financial damage could be huge.
The total financial hit could be well over $1 million for a farm of this size.
Butte Creek Farms opened just over a year ago and is already one of the biggest marijuana farms in the entire state. Their decision to be an outdoor farm as opposed to a greenhouse farm was intentional.
I wonder, a serious question, if anybody knows, are they looking for people to work for them? And if I could park my RV on their farm, I could just park there and come work. I could give up this podcasting thing in a heartbeat. If you're looking for somebody to implement an IT network for your pot farm, or I'll just go out in the fields
Chris,
too.
This is Southern Oregon where internet access is probably restricted.
I don't need it. No, I'm saying if somebody comes to me with a job that pays even reasonable and lets me park on their land, I will become a pot farmer and I will give up this podcasting thing.
All right,
I'm looking at this in Southern Oregon and I'm thinking, why aren't I there just trimming pot plants?
If that happens, Chris, I'll become a Linux expert.
Okay.
And we'll make it happen.
Yeah, and then we'll get to like a $10,000 unfiltered milestone. If we reach that, we'll come back. Otherwise, pot farmers.
Farm as opposed to a greenhouse farm was intentional.
That's why we're an outdoor farm, is we get the free sunshine.
And they rely on that free sunshine to keep their business afloat.
They need that spectrum to get all those nutrients to continue to grow and flourish like we want them to.
But the lack of sun from the thick smoke is affecting the plant's growth.
Is what helps the buds grow bigger, getting all the spectrum from the sun. We're missing out on so much of that right now that it's really causing a damper in the plant's growth cycle. So the main visible effect is that they're not as large as they should be. So for example,
he has a mask on too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a requirement.
Maybe it is the smoke, because look, now in this shot, the smoke does look a little more closer.
Bad. All right. Yeah.
So this should be bigger.
This should be bigger right now, yes.
Bud is Butte Creek's biggest moneymaker. A pound of it can cost up to $1,200. Multiply that by the bud they get from each of their 20,000 plants, and the potential financial loss could be massive. In Eagle Point, Emily Beal, NBC 5 News.
So now they're having problems because of the amount of sunlight and moisture that they're having mold problems. So like the smoke cleared, but now they're having mold problems.
Wow.
Now, one of the things you and I have discussed a lot about the rollout of cannabis legalization, either for medical or for recreational, is that it's still a federal crime. Yep. And as a result of that, the banks want nothing to do with it.
No money. Zero.
And different people have come up with different ideas. Hawaii today is launching a cashless payment system for pot. And I want to know what you think about this for medical.
Hawaii is now the first in the nation to have a cashless payment system for medical marijuana. Medical marijuana buyers will use a mobile debit payment app instead. CanPay will allow customers to generate a one-time use QR code which connects to their checking account. That code expires after 30 minutes.
So there's like a transaction log every time you go refill your pot cash thing? Like that?
Like that could be easily identifiable.
Jeez, Mr. Fisher, looking at here, you went to the pot store every day this week.
No. I was just paying a friend of mine. No, you went to a...
Yeah, I don't like that so much.
No.
But it is interesting to see what people are coming up with as a workaround. They say it's to make people safe. And not just the consumers, but also the workers there that have all that scary cash.
What's a transaction fee? What's a minimum balance? I mean, there's so many...
Have you heard much about legal problems with all of the cash? I mean, we have a shit ton of pot stores in Washington.
The only legal problems I've heard about is, the...
People breaking in, stealing cash?
People breaking in, trying to steal the cash.
How common is that, though? Like, I've heard a few examples, but... If you think about how many pot shops we have versus... I've probably heard that story once or twice.
And actually, there are pot shops that I know of that will take payment as a debit or whatever. There's ways that they can work around it that don't have to use some sort of weird third-party system.
So this last one is really just for a smile. One of the things that we've always noticed is people love to work in the puns, especially the news media. They love to work in the puns about their pot coverage. But it's not just news. It's not just news coverage and bloggers.
Chris, be blunt about it and just play it, okay?
Oh my gosh. Sometimes it can be lawmakers, too. We all can have fun.
Check time. Well, in case you missed it or whiffed it, press releases from members of Congress can be very dry. Well, in case you missed it, Senator Hatch's staff tried to shake it up a bit today with a few pot-worthy puns in the press release on the senator's medical marijuana bill. Now, remember, this is Senator Orrin Hatch, conservative, Republican, Mormon, Utah. Here's part of the release. Woohoo! It's high time to address research into medical marijuana. Our country has experimented with a variety of state solutions without properly delving into the weeds of the effectiveness, safety, dosing, administration, and quality of medical marijuana.
He should be using
All the while, the federal government strains to enforce regulations that sometimes do more harm than good. To be blunt, we need to remove the administrative barriers preventing legitimate research into medical marijuana, which is why I've decided to roll out the MEDS Act. I urge my colleagues to join Senator Schatz and me in our joint effort to help thousands of Americans suffering from a wide range of diseases and disorders. In a Washington at war with itself, I have high hopes that this bipartisan initiative can be a kumbaya moment for both parties. So by our count, that's 8 pot puns in 6 sentences.
Oh, boy.
That's good, right, buddy? That's pretty good.
Man.
Now, listen, there is a little more show if you want to stick around. The overtime is coming up. You've heard me mention it. There's some goodies in there. But I understand. If you're more of a lean, mean veggies kind of machine and you got to go, well, then we have a little bit of parting wisdom for you to take with you along your journey that is life.
That's
Mr.
right.
Chase.
Yes, Chris.
Share with our audience the knowledge that they need, the links that they need, the insights that could provide them with the resources to accomplish great feats. How do you like that?
Oh, I love it. Hey,
I wasn't sure how long I could keep it going.
If you want to follow me on Twitter, because Anthony Scaramucci does, @Nunes is the place. NUNES is the place to go. By the way, have a Discord as well, ggtvdiscord.com.
Nice.
Also, youtube.com/GeekGamerTV if you want to check out all the PAX coverage that I did. Chris, you're going to be vlogging.
Yeah.
I know you are.
I'll vlog the New York trip at youtube.com/Chris Fisher.
Love that.
You can follow me on the Twitters @ChrisLAS.
Double love that.
It's my personal account. And then the network for like announcements, reschedules, things of that nature @Jupiter Signal. That's the Twitter account you follow there. JupiterBroadcasting.com/calendar for our live times. JupiterBroadcasting.com/contact for our feedback. And of course, that Patreon at patreon.com/unfilter.
That's right, man.
Also, by the way, Gilmore Nunes on this week's upcoming user air.
Oh, that's right.
You're going to be on the most recent one. I think it'll come out like on Friday or Saturday.
That's a great
Chase
show.
joins us for
Love
user
it.
air. So
Love it.
get more Chase in your face on user.
Well, Chris, have a safe trip to New York.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll see you
right back here
soon.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, that works.
Reclaiming my time. OMG, OMG, OMG.
It might just be a cyber attack. Either that, or it's the overtime. Oh! Patreon.com/unfilter.
And I know that each of you understand you have the power. Stay woke. Reclaiming my time.
Oh! Thank you to our new patrons this week. Sign it up. We're ready to go over at patreon.com/unfilter. This is an audience-supported show. Made possible by your contribution. Thank you to Bob, Steve, Joe, Jack, and Tommy. Thank you for supporting the show this week, signing up our new patrons. For episode 251, this segment is dedicated to you, to all of our sponsors, and for those of you that are freeloading, we love you too. Don't worry, it's also dedicated a little bit to you too. I can't help myself. I love you, boo. All right, so you guys know what's up if you've been listening to the Overtime segment for a while. We like to spend a little bit of time here sort of dismantling the donor class of the Democratic Party, the corporatists in the Democratic Party. We always start, of course, with our Oh Nancy segment, where Nancy Pelosi, the head representative of the Democratic Party, puts her best face and mouth forward and manages to just slur it all up.
Okay, so here we are. Lin-Manuel Miranda. Lin-Manuel Miranda is the great creative talent.
Sorry, what?
Lin-Manuel Miranda took the
Who?
story of our founding
What?
and imbued it with a fresh life and infectious spirit.
Oh.
Lin-Manuel is continuing. Lin-Manuel, I am truly convinced we celebrate Lin-Manuel Miranda, a man gifted by the muse of history. Thank you, Lin-Manuel. Thank you, Lin-Manuel Madonna. Thank you.
No, thank you, Nancy. I just love you. You're so great. Okay, so she's doing great, sounding really good and articulate, really representing the Democratic Party, and she's out there. She's out there also getting claps for Obama. And if you don't know to clap, she'll tell you. That's one of the things I love about Nancy is she might not nail the delivery. She might not walk the audience through the punchline. You know, like somebody who's maybe well-versed in public speaking might, where they would speak in a manner in which it elicits claps. You've seen this famously recently if you just watched the iPhone event this week. Apple is a master at talking up and down and pausing for the big blowaway clap. And then everybody right on cue, everybody right on cue. And you often get practice at this technique. The more you speak in public, the better you are Well, unless you're Nancy. Then you just kind of ram it through, sort of like when you explain a joke.
Blessed with a large LGBTQ community and a strong history of advocacy for equal rights. And we were very proud of the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and President Obama was so very much a part of that. Now, let's hear it for President Obama.
So there she is asking for claps. I immediately was like, oh, God, Nancy, don't do that. But then she just doubles down.
That's an applause line.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you when it's an applause line if we're not kind of in sync. And now we're fighting for something called the Equality Act, a historic comprehensive bill, and I will continue to do everything in our power to end discrimination in the workplace and in every other aspect of life that ensures that all American families are viewed equally in the eyes of the law. That's an applause line.
And it goes on like that. It goes, I'll spare you the rest because I think you get the point right now. I don't mean to sound like Steve Bannon. Maybe we've heard enough from old Steve-O this episode. But I think he's got a point when it comes to the Democrats.
Here's the problem with the Democratic Party. The problem with the Democratic Party, there's no Breitbart. The problem in the Democratic Party, they haven't had a civil war. And you know why? The financial crisis shows you that. Obama, and there were guys in that administration that understood that they had to go and hold these people on Wall Street accountable. And they blinked. And Bernie Sanders had every opportunity. He knew about the Clinton corruption. He knew about how the Wall Street crowd has a lock on the Democratic Party. And he did not have the guts to take on Hillary Clinton in that primary. He had every opportunity. He had all the information. He did not have the guts to take on, and the Democratic Party has not taken on. The Huffington Posts and the Rachel Maddows, they're just cheerleaders. They're just cheerleaders for the donor class of the Democratic Party.
There it is.
And until they vet that, until they have their civil war, they'll never be competitive. And by the way, there's guys over there that know that. They know that. They have the same problem with their establishment we have with ours.
Oh, now that was an interesting line there. Please clap. Please clap. So I thought we'd let old Steve blow off a little steam with that one. Let's move out, though. Let's move out. I feel like, I don't want to I don't want you guys to think, I guess this is the way to put it. I don't want you to think I'm just picking on Nancy, so I want to move on. I mean, I feel like I'm making a point, but I don't have to dwell on it this week. Let's sort of branch out from there. Let's talk about how Democrats are celebrating Hillary's new book. Just celebrating.
Democrats are said to be dreading next week's release of Hillary Clinton's book about the 2016 election. Sections already leaked feature criticism, sometimes harsh, of then President Obama, Vice President Joe Biden, and Bernie Sanders, among others. Chief Washington correspondent James Rosen takes a look at what we know about what happened and reaction to it.
With her third memoir entitled What Happened, Hillary Clinton's account of her life story now runs 1,709 pages and includes stinging criticism of her 2016 Democratic primary rival, Senator Bernie Sanders. His attacks caused lasting damage, Clinton writes, making it harder to unify progressives in the general election and paving the way for Trump's crooked Hillary campaign. He didn't get into the race to make sure a Democrat won the White House. He got in to disrupt the Democratic Party.
Oh, man. Isn't that something? So what Hillary is doing is she's taking the fact that she could never convert some of Bernie Sanders' biggest fans, like the Bernie Bros, which, by the way, were not just boys, not just bros. She's taking that little bit of information, that little tidbit, and she's using that to sort of twist the knife into Bernie.
In some of the excerpts I've read, Secretary Clinton takes responsibility for the decisions of the campaign. But what were those decisions? What were the thinking that went into them? And how do we make the most of that and learn from what happened in 2016 as we approach the midterms in 2018 and the next presidential election in 2020?
And this is why I harp on the Hillary stuff, because she is obviously, I mean, it's clear that I think she's positioning herself to be relevant in the 2018 election, not to run, but to influence, to finance, to have a degree of power so that way the Clintons retain political capital. And she's willing to take down her own party to do it. Bannon would say, you need to have a civil war. And that inside, but when he says civil war, what he's saying is the party needs to have a fight internally to figure out who's going to be running the thing, whose values they represent, and if they're going to take advantage of this populist movement. I mean, again, I'm not Steve Bannon's biggest friend, but I think he's right there. I think he's right there.
We talked to his followers, and we went back on the campaign that following. We had the Sunday night. We had the
Now, he's trying to change the topic here. You can hear he's stammering around a little bit. He's trying to pivot from, Charlie just asked him a question about the Access Hollywood, grab him by the pee tape. And he's trying to say, we just got back out there and kept hitting it. And then he pivots.
We had the Sunday night, we had the debate in St. Louis. The famous debate where we brought the women, the Clinton accusers.
The Clinton accusers. And you can see he's proud of himself here. He wanted the conversation to get here eventually, so he seized on the opportunity to direct the conversation to the Clinton accusers. Now, why would he do that? Because on the surface, it seems like a rather reprehensible thing to do. So why would he do this?
In St. Louis. The famous debate where we brought the women, the Clinton accusers.
That was your deal.
100%.
You wanted to do that for a while.
100%.
He wants the world to know what a strategist he is, what a fighter he is. He's selling Steve Bannon right here.
Why?
Because I thought if you're going to go after Donald Trump for his words, let's have the Clintons defend Clinton's actions. Those women wanted to confront Clinton for the longest period of time, and yes, I was very prepared.
Been looking for an opportunity.
I was very prepared to give them the opportunity, and boy, we had one in that debate because we had the trap set, and they walked into it. Only at the last second did the
debate organizers.
We almost had a fist fight, and it was pulled
between you and whom?
Well, it was fair. It was really our lawyer, Don McGahn at the time, and I think Fahrenkopf and McCurdy or whoever the guy is. It was because what they had allowed to happen with Mark Cuban at the other debate. They had promised us that Mark Cuban wasn't going to be in the line of sight. That Cuban was going to be 4 or 5 rows back because Cuban had made a big deal about getting Trump's head. And at the very last second, they put him right down there. And I went to those guys and I said, because Rudy and I had cut the deal beforehand, I said, how was this? And they said, well, we can't control it. We don't have security to control it. A guy can do what he wants to do. So when we tried to pull the same thing, and I had the women, the accusers, sitting right in that VIP box, Bill Clinton had to walk right past them on national TV.
He is proud of himself. He is proud of himself for that. Look at, he's got a little smile going.
Bill Clinton had to walk right past him on national TV to start the debate. And guess what? They were going to confront him.
What does this say about Steve Bannon?
He's a good counterpuncher. I'm a fighter. I'm a street fighter. Okay? I'm a street fighter. And if I'm in a fight, I'm going to win.
That sounds like Donald Trump. I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a street fighter. Yeah, I'm sick and tired of talking about Hillary's damn emails, aren't you guys?
Just to crush Donald Trump because she was a policy wonk. She knew this. She was a much experienced
baby. Comey made a difference?
Now, here we go. So this is, of course, topic du jour right now amongst all of the intellectuals and chattering boxes in D.C. is, did Comey actually affect the election? Because, of course, Hillary's making that big push right now, as we've talked about.
The Comey, irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. Irrelevant. Maybe reinforce a little bit her corruption, but it was irrelevant. The emails.
I feel the same way. I really think it was irrelevant. Now, she's gone as far as saying, well, what it did, this is literally Hillary Clinton, what she said is, it let husbands tell their wives that, she's just going to jail. And so husbands manipulated their wives into voting for Donald Trump. And that's why there's so many women Trump voters. Because Comey psychologically gave men the privilege to tell their wives what to do, and their wives, because of Comey, listened and voted for a completely different candidate. They realigned their political beliefs, their entire political value. They reassessed the identity politics that the left was playing and decided my identity is now with a completely different set of moral beliefs. And overnight, well, actually not overnight, but on that fateful day that Comey re-announced the investigation, they switched their minds because their husbands made them. That's the Hillary version, and I'm not even shitting you. I'm not even shitting you. That's actually in there, in that book, in interviews she's done. It's actually her version of it. And all along, I thought, at worst, all it did is at the wrong time, it reminded the public that she associates with a bunch of scumbags. That's what it did. That's the most damage. And if that was enough to make her campaign fall down, then it was a weak campaign to begin with. And that's just the facts. That's Chris facts, at least. And those facts work pretty good for me.
Irrelevant. Maybe reinforce a little bit her corruption, but it was irrelevant. The emails. It was Clinton cash, and I think the greed and venality of the Clintons that were much bigger, and the negative side. That's what we always focus on. That's what I say. You don't need these meetings these guys took. You don't need meetings. You had all the information you needed. The Comey thing, I think, was background noise. Total. Complete. We never on the campaign. We never focused on it.
America didn't care about the emails.
They didn't care enough. They didn't care as much as I cared. You know why the emails are important? The emails are important because of Clinton cash. The emails show you they're smart. Those emails are the personal emails that show all the coordination with the speeches and all the favors they've done. Remember when she went into the Secretary of State, who were the people that didn't trust her? Obama. Who you can say a lot about Obama, and I do, but he's an incorruptible guy as far as standard political corruption of cash. Okay, the Obama guys and John Kerry on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. What did they make her do? They made her have that agreement that before Bill Clinton or you guys do anything you think, you're going to notify us first and get our permission. Right? She had to sign a document that said that. That wasn't the right. That was Obama and that was John Kerry as a sine qua non of her confirmation. And by the way, after she signed it, she never gave him anything. The 33,000 emails has all the Clinton cash stuff in it. So I would love to see the 33,000 emails. But was it essential? No, it's not essential because you can make the case how corrupt they are without them.
Boom. And that's how I see it too. But she can blame Comey all she wants, I suppose. She did have some very powerful allies. So let's move on from Hillary. Let's move on by talking about one of her allies. Let's talk about Google, which has recently gotten the attention of Tucker Tuckerson.
Well, Google is beyond doubt one of the most powerful companies in the world, probably the most powerful company in the history of the world.
Kind of funny he calls them a country. It's in some ways it feels like they are the future countries. That's Google and companies like Google and Apple.
Probably the most powerful company in the history of the world, more powerful than most countries. It's the key player in search engines, online video, online advertising. The company is dominant. Is it a monopoly? Sure looks like one. Luther Lowe is...
Let's stop here. So I want to talk about something that you probably are aware of. It's been affecting the Unfiltered show pretty significantly recently. The entire Unfiltered back catalog, with a exception of maybe 20 episodes, and that is a guess, has been demonetized by YouTube. Now, we don't make a significant amount of revenue from YouTube, although I'd always hoped that maybe as independent news appetites grew and people went to YouTube to find it, that we may eventually have a moderate, nice, differentiated income source from YouTube, but that seems less and less likely these days. It's bad. And so those of you who like to watch the full live stream that I post for free to all of anybody, not just to our patrons, but to anybody at patreon.com/unfilter, you've noticed it's been weeks since I've been able to post an episode because they keep blocking us. And they will flag us now not for copyright material, but for just being deemed inappropriate for advertisers because we talk about news. Or maybe because we don't slam somebody or we slam somebody. I don't know. And it's sort of killing this. There's this growth trajectory on YouTube that I like, and it's independent news. Long form. There's various incarnations of it. Maybe you're the most familiar with the Young Turks or Philip DeFranco. And there's others out there that are Beam is a new one, but they're not really quite attached to YouTube because they have CNN money. But this hostility towards news coverage is hurting this genre growth, and I think it's hurting discovery. Think of YouTube as a platform to search for stuff. It's the #2 search engine in the world, not Bing. It's YouTube. People go to YouTube to find stuff, everything from how to fix a sink to information about what's going on in the world. Doesn't mean they stay there. In fact, a large percentage of our audience finds these shows on YouTube and then decides they want to listen, so they go get the feed and they subscribe. Or they go get the download, so they have them all offline. But they discovered us because of YouTube. So it's an important platform to be on, just like iTunes is, unfortunately. So it really does kind of matter how Google is screwing over independent news specifically. And Tucker Tuckerson went a little bit further into this particular aspect by interviewing somebody who considers himself a liberal. So he is not necessarily, so it's not necessarily just right-wing news commentators. Now, he would be considered by today's standards far left. He considers himself a classical liberal, and he went on Tuckerson to talk about the issue. And I think it's interesting.
A lot of people now make a living off of YouTube. It's the world's most popular video site by far. It's a subsidiary of Google. Increasingly, though, Google seems to be letting politics dictate who is allowed to make money from their platform. Dave Rubin hosts a very popular show called The Rubin Report. It's online. YouTube hosts it. Recently, though, a whole bunch of Rubin's videos were demonetized. That's the word YouTube uses when they tell you you can't make money from them.
Same thing happened, like I just mentioned, to the Unfiltered back catalog. I know it's happened to other, I guess you call them YouTubers that I've talked to as well about it, and YouTubers that I've followed who talk about it on their channels. This is a widespread problem.
Anymore. Why did that happen? Dave Rubin joins us tonight. Dave, it's good to see you. So explain what exactly happened. This has happened to other people. It sounds ominous. What does it mean and why they decide to do this?
Yeah, well, I think most importantly, you know, the reason I agreed to do this with you tonight, Tucker, is that I am on that platform, the YouTube platform, and I want that platform to work. I want it to be all the things for all of the creators who put their content out there across the board politically, or whether you're doing beauty videos or sports videos or politics videos or anything else. I want it to be treated fairly for everybody and be transparent in what it is. So, you know, the word demon is in demonetized, and I can tell you as someone that's dealing with some of this stuff, that it appears at least that there's some pretty shady stuff going on. You know, look, I don't want to fight Google and YouTube. You know, there's a biblical story of David versus Goliath. I don't want to be Dave versus Google because it probably won't work out as well for me. But my show, we do a talk show based on big ideas, sort of in an old school Larry King-esque style. And I talk to people all over the political map. Many of them are conservative friends of yours. And then I have progressives and lefties. And I talk about religion and science and all of this stuff. And our videos, our back catalog, just lately, I was off the grid, which is where this beard came from for a month. But this
guy's just running his mouth.
Lately, our videos, almost our entire back catalog has been demonetized. And I'm talking about videos where we're talking about God and morality, or we're talking about basic stuff about the election, or even today, the video that I posted, one video today, it was with a YouTuber by the name of Phil DeFranco, who's one of the original YouTubers. The guy's got about 6 million subscribers, a really, really interesting guy that I'm sure many of your audience knows. They demonetized that. This is with one of their top creators who's been on there forever. So look, I don't know exactly what's going on behind the scenes,
we got a
but
statement.
I know that
we got a statement.
Creators are upset.
Well, I think that's right. And we got a statement from YouTube, and it contradicts what you just said. They said over 90% of the videos on the Rubin Report are fully monetized. The remaining 10% are not because they contain discussions of adult topics.
So Google's trying to call him out as a liar.
Pornography, ISIS. These are topics which many advertisers find objectionable. What's your response?
Okay, look, you know, I said I don't want to do a David versus Goliath thing here, but I mean, that's just simply not true. I'm telling you right now, as we went to air, I have an iPhone here, it's a very fancy thing, the video that I posted this morning with Phil DeFranco, I can tell you about videos that I did with many people who are mainstream people who appear even on Fox, like Ben Shapiro and Larry Elder, Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who I think is the greatest human rights hero that we have on earth today.
She is, I agree.
could talk about Bishop Robert Barron from the Archdiocese in L.A., where we talked about religion. People I agree with, people I disagree with. By the way, I don't think I'm necessarily being singled out
those
here.
videos have been demonetized?
This is an across-the-board problem. Yes, absolutely.
The videos
and we have
just
See, I don't think I necessarily believe that.
Those videos have been demonetized?
Now watch.
The board problem. Yes, absolutely.
The videos
and we have
just
screenshots,
mentioned?
so I don't know. Yeah, and I'm not, Tucker, I'm not BSing you here. I mean, I even asked my guy right before we started, can we make sure? So I don't know why they issued that strange statement. I'm glad that there is some communication, though, because unfortunately, the lack of transparency there, it took me about 2 years to get on the phone with them. I finally did about 2 weeks ago and didn't really get any answers.
Scary. Apparently, Jason Whitlock got demonetized, too, from Fox Sports, who's a frequent guest and a friend of this show. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Dave, good luck. I mean, we're certainly rooting for you, and I hope you'll come back when you get to the bottom of what's going on. Somebody needs to keep track of what Google's doing, and we hope to do that on this show. So thanks a lot.
Thanks, Tucker. I appreciate it.
An interesting conversation there at the end, isn't it? Somebody needs to keep track of what Google's doing. Although, yeah, I kind of agree. But I don't think it's Tucker. I don't think so. So, folks like Tucker may be critical of Donald Trump tonight on their broadcast. I'm not sure. I don't tune in before the show to Tucker. But Trump signed a pretty big disaster relief package, a big package, and not all the Republicans are happy. Because it's pretty much the Democratic plan, and it's $15 billion.
President Trump and his full cabinet are meeting at Camp David this weekend. He's going to get a full briefing on Irma and the federal response from the acting DHS secretary at the top of the hour. Let's bring in Eliana Johnson, national political reporter for Politico. You have to imagine one of the things that the cabinet is going to be talking about is this deal that the president made over the past couple of days and then signed when he got there on Friday.
I think this was a peace offering to start making deals with the Democrats. Something with Trump has changed, and he wants to start making some deals. I mean, he's always said about he's wanting to make deals, but I think this is like his peace offering, perhaps. What do you think, Discord? Do you think this is I think this is like a Trump peace offering to the all right, I'm going to go with your plan against some of those in my party. I'm not going to be a hard nose. We're going to cooperate on this. We're going to make a big deal about the cooperation. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Over really the objections of his Treasury Secretary.
I was going to say, I have to wonder if if Steve Mnuchin's going to be weighing in on that in front of the full cabinet.
Well, we heard he certainly weighed in the Oval Office, so whether or not he continues his objections, we'll see if we get any reporting on that. Doubt that'll be in the readout. Big picture, though, you've got Hurricane Harvey and the pictures that came in and that were splashed across national.
All right, we're going to stop there because that's no longer up to date. Momo in the Discord says that, well, he just wants to disable anything. He just wants to disable everything to get everybody on the negotiating table. Maybe. So I'm going to play this clip for you, not so much for the first part of it, though I feel like I have to play the first part of it for the part I want you to watch to make sense. So it's really about the second half of this clip that I like.
As we told you last night, almost 150 million Americans, possibly you, may be affected by a massive cybersecurity breach at one of the nation's top credit monitoring companies. If you have a credit report, you're probably one of them.
Oh.
The high-tech heist highlights the vulnerabilities of the American consumer to robbers who use keyboards, not guns, to take other people's money.
Ooh, I'm liking this high-tech heist, robbers who use keyboards, not guns. These are good. Now, we're going to get into the DHS here, good old Department of Homeland Security. I want you just to keep one fact in your mind while you watch this entire thing, okay? The DHS didn't exist before Bush Jr. Or there was no DHS. The DHS has not been around your entire lives. Well, maybe some of you actually, but most of you, it has not been around your entire life. It is not an institution of the United States. It is not something that has kept our homeland safe for generations. We'd even call it the homeland, with a few exceptions. This is department. Look, just watch this clip.
Tonight, Chief Intelligence Correspondent Catherine Herridge looks at what's being done to protect your financial identity.
Ugh. The DHS to the rescue, guys.
More than 143 million Americans, the victims of one of the worst cyber breaches in history. For them, it is a worst-case scenario because the stolen data includes Social Security numbers, credit histories, even driver's licenses. What experts describe as a roadmap for identity thieves, likely based in Eastern Europe, hiding on the dark web.
1 out of 2 Americans will be victimized by identity theft as a result of this hack.
Yeah.
It will take them years to recoup their credit scores and get their identities back.
According to an Equifax internal investigation, the data was stolen between May and July. The FBI is looking into the breach.
All right.
Millions of times a day.
Now, they say the FBI is looking into the breach, but then who do we go to help us feel better and look at all of the equipment in this room for you audio listeners? Picture NASA Control Center, but longer in horizontal, with screens that line the walls, projectors, Dell monitors, 2 per station on expensive monitor arms.
This week, Fox News went inside Homeland Security's Cyberwatch Command, where preventing breaches like Equifax is part of the core mission.
Boy, it all looked like a bunch of bullshit screens.
Assistant Secretary Jeanette Manfra says the team includes all levels of government as well as private industry.
So then they go they have this person walk B-roll. So they're having a camera person zoom out as she walks down the aisle of computers, looking like she's a boss.
Secretary Jeanette Manfra says the team includes all levels of government as well as private industry.
But when we're in an incident, this is where we would manage an incident, and we do that collaboratively because the federal government is we can't do it alone.
The team is
What does that even mean? What is that? Are you serious? This is the Assistant Secretary of Cybersecurity. What? Hold on a second.
This is where we would manage an incident, and we do that collaboratively.
Okay, this is where we would manage an incident. We do that collaboratively. Okay. So I totally understand what all that means.
Because the federal government is just, we can't do it alone.
Because of federal government, we just can't do it alone. That's the piece.
We do that collaboratively because the federal government is just, we can't do it alone.
What the hell does that even mean? Does that mean that the DHS would prefer to go it alone? Does that mean the DHS prefer to not have to collaborate, but because of the federal government, they have to? Is that what she's saying? Like, oh, we would rather just own this shit, but because there's all these other asshole agencies, collaboration.
An incident, and we do that collaboratively because the federal government is just, we can't do it alone.
Or is she saying that the federal government has all of these different agencies that all want to dominate the cyber domain? Sorry, I am a 13-year-old boy sometime. They all want to dominate in the cyber domain. And so they're all competing. They're all going off doing their own thing, discovering different aspects of the same case, working on the same thing, whether it's their jurisdiction or not. And you need one agency with a lot of monitors to bring it all together and pool all that knowledge and then do nothing with it. Because it's not like the CIA or the FBI is going to take orders for one hot second from the pudgy little DHS. Give me a break. So what? Then what? So then they just put it all up on their screens and sit there and go, oh, we did a good job. Look at that. You got it up there on the projector. Good job, everybody.
Government is just, we can't do it alone.
The team is constantly pulsing networks to test for vulnerabilities, then advising how to patch or reduce the risk. In many cases, it comes down to a single employee.
So DHS is essentially just doing Kali Linux, OpenAV, and Metasploit scans, OpenVAS and Metasploit scans against people all the time. This is what they kind of, well, nobody will work with us. So what we're going to do is the old cybersecurity sales tactic. We'll do a vulnerability assessment, and then we'll come to them. Excuse me, did you know that you have port 80 open and you are advertising your Apache version? Russian hackers could use that to compromise your network.
To test for vulnerabilities, then advising how to patch or reduce the risk.
Oh, man, that sounds like private industry's job to me.
In many cases, it comes down to a single employee, like this phishing scam. By clicking on the link, the user reveals login and password information and puts the entire network at risk.
Just because the user fell for that malicious phishing email and opened that attachment, we now not only have complete access and ownership of the system, but also the files within the system.
He's like in some sort of conference room where they've turned off the main lights and brought in colored lights to make this look awesome, but he's not actually like at his desk doing this. It's weird.
But many businesses don't use advanced cybersecurity systems that reduce the damage because of cost, and they have older networks. Experts say the companies are lacking
technologies that allow you to suppress an adversary when they're inside your infrastructure so they can't leave your house with all of your crown jewels.
The Homeland Security Cyber Team is already focused on the 2018 midterm elections, describing it as one of the highest priorities on par with protecting the power grid. Brett.
Good story. Catherine, thank you.
You're welcome.
So you know what that means. They're going to be doing a lot of vulnerability scans of state departments again. We're going to hear more about this, just like we covered last time. You remember when they did this during the Maine election? Oh yeah. You know who could use a little cybersecurity help, though, is Senator Ted Cruz. I'm sure a lot of you saw that he was trending on Twitter yesterday.
Let's talk about the tweet. At Ted Cruz, your Twitter handle, liked a post that was clearly porn. What happened?
Oh, look, it was, we had a staffer who accidentally hit the wrong button, and it was a screw up.
That is the most rehearsed. Wow, watch him. Watch him transform here. He's looking down. He's closed his eyes. He's switching into rehearsal mode. Watch him. You can watch him transform right in front of your face here if you're on the video version. And if you're on the audio version, Ted Cruz, literally, in this interview right now, his face is down towards the floor, chin down, eyes closed, on an interview. And he will go into prepared mode all of a sudden. His entire way of sitting transforms, his face transforms, and then he just latches onto this rehearsed line, and he just lays it in over and over again.
Oh, look, it was, we had a staffer who accidentally hit the wrong button, and it was a screw up. I will say Twitter went crazy with it. It became trending. As soon as we found out about it, we pulled it down.
So what happened is old Teddy was spanking the monkey on 9/11, and he clicked like on a porn video where a woman's walking in on a guy fucking a lady, And I don't know what the fantasy is supposed to be, but it was like in the fringes of kinky territory, I would imagine. And of course, got to save that one for the Spank Bank later on. So he hits the like button because that way he can keep it on his profile. Somehow, I obviously not using incognito mode. It was linked to his Twitter account. Light goes out on Twitter. And if you went and looked at his like feeds for a few hours, I believe it was more than a few hours, big old picture of a dude screwing a lady and another lady walking in on the situation right there on Teddy's Twitter feed. And got to be one of the best things I saw all week, I got to say. Sometimes covering the news can be rough after a while. It can wear you down, especially when you watch a lot of it. And so this was really the highlight of it all. And we've heard rumors about old Teddy. We've heard about how he likes to roll, about how he likes to talk to women. I think it, very possibly could have been him. Very possibly could have been a staffer. The thing is it would be easier to believe him if he didn't come across as such a damn liar.
And it's generated a lot of amusement. It has prompted a lot of jokes. I understand that. I saw one person joking online that if only this had happened during the presidential, Cruz might be in the White House. Right?
Have you identified the staffer? You know who it is?
We have looked into it. Yes, we have identified it.
So this is right there, I think, a tell. He's trying not to lie. So he doesn't actually answer the question.
We have looked into it. Yes, we have identified it.
So it is a lie of omission here.
We pulled it down. It was an honest
We pulled
mistake.
it down. It was an honest. He's going back into the line again. She didn't ask about pulling it down. She didn't ask if it was a mistake. She asked, did you identify the staffer? A simple yes could have done.
It was not. It wasn't malicious. It wasn't deliberate. It was a screw-up.
Is the staffer being punished?
We have talked with the staffer. It's not going to happen again.
That's again not answering the question. Another lie of omission.
It was a screw-up.
Can you tell me the
again with the screw-up?
Staffer's name?
I'm not going to out the fella. I mean,
oh, it's a guy now. It's a guy. I'm not going to out the fella.
Can you tell me the staffer's name?
I'm not going to out the fella. I mean, we have dealt with it internally, but I'm not going to throw someone under the bus.
Can you definitively say?
I'm not going to throw someone under the bus, which to me would seem to, usually when you hear that term, that's usually a term for blaming someone.
That it wasn't you?
It was not me, and it's not going to happen again. This was a screw-up.
Do you appreciate?
Oh, and again with this is a screw-up. You see, this is the kind of shit that makes it sound like a damn lie, Ted. Makes it sound like you were spanking the monkey on 9/11 and you wanted to save it for the Spank Bank, and you accidentally tweeted it out like an undereducated technical idiot.
Appreciate the irony that you once defended a Texas law banning sales of sex toys?
No, actually, I mean, that's a good example, Dana, of where the media runs with things that are just totally false.
What's false about that?
So what is false about that? So I've read online, Cruz supports banning sex toys.
No.
But that's complete
the sales.
nonsense.
I reread the brief this morning.
So
the sales.
He's passionate about sex toys, guys.
Love it.
All right. I spent 5.5 years as the Solicitor General of Texas. I worked for the Attorney General. The Attorney General's job is to defend the laws passed by the Texas legislature.
I get it, yep. One
of those laws was a law restricting the sale of sex toys. It was a stupid law. Listen, I am one of the most libertarian members of the Senate. It's idiotic, but it's an opportunity for knuckleheads in the media to claim, isn't this ironic that Cruz wants to ban
So there goes the media blaming.
I can't believe I'm going to say.
People ought to be able to do what they want.
I can't believe I'm going to ask you this, but so you're officially saying Ted Cruz is okay with people buying sex toys?
I am saying that consenting adults should be able to do whatever they want in their bedrooms, and the media and the left seem obsessed with sex. Let people do what they want.
Let's talk about tax reform.
Yeah, they're the ones obsessed with sex, Ted, not you. By the way, somebody should tweet him how to use incognito mode. That boy could use the 411 on that. Oh, man. If you, it's hard to find the original image, but if you are a member of the Jupiter Broadcasting Telegram group, jupiterbroadcasting.com/Telegram, see, this came out yesterday, so Tuesday morning. If you scroll back to Tuesday morning in the Telegram thread, if it'll go back that far, you can see a screenshot that I did cap. If you are curious, of course, then we'll know you joined for the screen cap, you dirty bird. But I totally condone it because there's also some other really funny reactions that I grabbed and also pasted in there. That's at jupiterbroadcasting.com/Telegram. All right, so I have I have a montage here for you. I thought we'd go out on a montage. I'm not going to go. We won't go for too long because I don't want to melt your brain. And I believe this is a weaponized clip. I believe I now contain within the Unfiltered archive, which if you are a supporter at the level where you get the supporter sync, I guess I'm also now an arms distributor because you have it as well. Holy crap. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the clip of all clips that if the CIA got their hands on, they would weaponize and make it a mind-melting device. It's Hillary Clinton blaming everyone and everything for the 2016 loss.
Hillary Rodham Clinton has spent the last 10 months trying to figure out why she isn't president of the United States.
I'm not going to step back from telling my truth. The idea of a woman president, white, authoritarian. There was something that was personal toward me. The Russians weaponizing information, negative stories about me, this whole WikiLeaks of John Podesta's emails, they were taken out of context. We now know Facebook, voter suppression, feeds in, I think, to the whole sexism and misogyny. And the attacks were so sexist. A lot of the sexism and the misogyny, and then let's not forget sexism and misogyny. We really don't want a woman commander-in-chief. Nostalgia. Yeah, millions of white people. The forces that were at work, it was a perfect storm. Using personal email. Presented in such a negative way. I don't know quite what audience he was playing to. Right-wing commentators, right-wing members of Congress, but for that Comey letter, she would have won. So badly damaged because of that. 11 days before the election, it just stopped my momentum.
Are you getting it?
Sense of that. There was anger and there was resentment.
Are you getting it?
Didn't want to hear my plans. Trump was behaving in a deplorable manner. Large number of people who didn't care. Oh, but they were already.
Oh, thank you for joining us for episode 251 of your Unfiltered program. Hopefully the whole live version's over at patreon.com/unfiltered. We'd also love your support. Keep an eye out on the schedule because I got no idea what's coming up. Love your faces, and I hope, but I'm not sure. But I sure hope I'll see you within the next week or two. New York's going to be crazy. Thanks for being here. See you later.
I think it's wasted effort.
OMG, OMG, OMG.
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
I know a little something you guys don't know. Wes told me before the show started that he managed to pull off a heroic measure with one of his Arch Linux systems. And I got to give respect because both Beard and I have been there. You got an Arch box, something falls off your radar, you don't update it for weeks, maybe even months, and then it comes due, and you got to fix that box.
Maybe even years.
Yeah, maybe. What happened was?
Not quite a year. It was probably like 9 months. I moved this laptop, perfectly serviceable laptop, but right now it doesn't have a working battery, so it's like a desktop laptop, let's call it. Hadn't updated, right? So I finally set it up on a desk, started looking around. Oh, yeah, right. I had Awesome set up and some other things. Couldn't install anything. But it really wasn't. I had to update a bunch of GPG keys. I had to purge all the caches, get rid of all the key stores that I had, then work my way back through the Arch homepage, resolving every one of the little, user intervention required examples. But I've done those before. I would have had to do them anyway, so it was really just paying my dues. Worked just fine. Now I'm up to date. No problems.
It's the GPG keys that you really gotta.
That was the trickiest bit.
So what does this box do? It's like a home server?
No, it's just another laptop that I have.
Oh, okay. I was about to give you a hard time for running your home server on Arch because I have been there.
I do have a home server on Arch. My router runs Arch.
You maniac. This is Linux Unplugged, episode 214 for September 12th, 2017. Welcome to Linux Unplugged, your weekly Linux talk show that's loading snaps, installing soundboards, and playing clips My name is Chris.
My name is Wes.
And of course, the Beard's here. Hello, Beard.
Hey.
Hello, sir. Beard's fresh off rebuilding our Mumble PC. So that way we could do the show today, like legitimately 4 minutes before the show started.
I told you I timed it right.
We got a good show today, so I'm really glad you got it fixed because holy smokes, you've been hearing about this Equifax breach. There is a small open source story. We'll tell you about that aspect of it. Linus has got some good ideas. We'll tell you about those. After we get through some community updates, including some potentially new Manjaro hardware, GNOME 3.26 goodness, and benchmarks, a replacement for Naleus, and an update from Ubuntu, we're going to get into Kali Linux for a bit. I revisited Kali Linux. I'll tell you about my adventures and why I decided to hack my IoT devices. I decided to blow off some steam and try to break all of my IoT devices.
You've never been very trusting anyway.
So I'll tell you the tools that I used and the way you could audit your own network with Kali Linux. It's been a little while. We'll give you a little history on Kali as well. And then, at the end of the show, by popular demand, you've been waiting for
Mac OS.
Pretty close to that.
We'll cover the new iPhone event. No. It's the Gen 2 Challenge. Finally, after a month of waiting, after absences and travel, we're going to get to the Gen 2 Challenge. We've been building software for weeks, and we're here to tell you how it all
Power
went.
bills through the roof.
But before we get to all of that, we got to bring in that Mumble Room. Time-appropriate greetings. El Mumble.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Good to have you here today. So there's not a lot that I feel like we could add to this Equifax story. In fact, our friends over there at the TextNet program just covered it today. So that'd probably be where I would point you. But at this point in time, everybody's heard about the credit bureau here in the States getting hacked. Nearly 200 million identity, really personal identification information has been stolen. And it turns out it's all open source's fault. It's all...
Not again.
It's not Equifax's fault. It's not shoddy network hygiene. It's not poor update practices. It's not bad security auditing. It's open source's fault. I know you know about this story because you were talking about it on TextNet.
We sure did.
So it comes down to they're simply blaming Apache Struts.
Mm-hmm.
And Apache Struts is like obviously it's from the Apache project. It's an open source software programming model view controller, like an MVC framework for Java. And it is at the core a lot of these old business applications. And they had Equifax hired an auditor to come in. And this auditor discovered that they were using a version of Struts that has a vulnerability that's just recently been disclosed as of a couple of days ago, September 5th. But of course, the hack happened earlier in the year, somewhere between mid-May through July. So we're not actually sure if it was this vulnerability or maybe a different one that came out in March that they just never patched against.
Right. And those two stories are very different.
It is totally possible that at the core of it, Struts was the issue. But I'd like your take on this, Wes, because in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm just too much of an open source defender, but to me it seems pretty obvious. You can have vulnerable software, be it proprietary or open software, and it's about like an onion layered approach to security. You build your network assuming there's going to be compromises.
Yeah, I think so. You're definitely right about that. And while there may be cases where, some software, open source or proprietary, does lead to information disclosures despite best practices being followed. But before that, and obviously we want to get this patched and upgraded, you do have to understand some of the what is the update hygiene patch policy, etc. that Equifax is using. And if that's not up to speed, that is really the problem, not whatever vulnerabilities may exist in the, I'm sure, myriad of different open source software that they're using.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, there is a flaw in Struts.
There
is a problem.
And no one is disputing that.
Well, plus, Chris, the code's open, so they can just look at that code and find all the vulnerabilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how it works. You just read it like you would a nice book.
Yeah.
Oh, I need something else to make me feel better. I need something nice. Like, Wimpy, you got a new piece of hardware I see you talking about there in the Discord, like the smallest little portable phone I think I've seen in a long time. Do you have it with you?
I've put it down and I can't see it because it's so small. Hang on.
What is this little thing? Is this an Android device you've got here? The Jelly.
It is an Android device.
The Jelly Pro.
Yep.
And you have it next here to a Pi Zero to give us some scale in this picture. Wow.
Yeah.
So it's about the size of a Pi Zero.
So if you imagine a business card, it's about the form factor of a business card, but a bit narrower.
Nice.
And is it a performant device?
It works very well. It's a quad-core Cortex A53. It's got 2 gigs of RAM. It's got 16 gigs of internal storage, 2 SIM cards, micro SD card, Wi-Fi with 2.4 and 5 gigahertz.
Oh, and 5, wow.
And Bluetooth, front and rear facing cameras, a torch, and FM radio.
How did you get this? This is not even shipping yet.
I backed it.
Oh, wow. So they're really on top of it. That's great. Yeah. This looks so cool.
It's a really nifty device. I'm very impressed with it, I have to say. And I got mine with a few accessories, and the accessories are extremely well made as well.
So, what kind of accessories?
Well, the reason I got this is because when I go out and do my walking and exercising, what have you, strapping a bloody great big, 5.5-inch phone to your arm is a bit much.
This is why Wes and I were just talking about watches. Like, this is almost a reason to get a watch these days.
So, I got this with an armband, a case with an armband, and I'm going to use this as effectively my fitness tracker. So I've got my fitness tracker and Spotify installed on it, and this is what I'll go out and use for exercising.
So this thing is small enough to fit in a jeans watch pocket.
Yes, it's really small.
And it has 2 SIM and an SD slot?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Holy smokes. What's this thing called?
My one's the Jelly Pro, and then there's the smaller, well, it's not physically smaller, but there's a lower spec'd version just called the Jelly.
Is it USB-C?
No, it's micro USB.
Okay.
So almost perfect.
Does have a headphone jack, though. So
it does have a headphone jack.
There's something for that.
Luxury.
This thing looks so neat.
It's actually very good. I mean, I'm genuinely surprised at how good it is.
What about reading on that screen, the Twitter feed or a news article? Is it just painfully small?
No, it's perfect. It's perfectly usable. I mean, you can imagine how big watch screens are, and this is about 3 times the size of a watch screen. It's quite low resolution, but it's remarkably good. I mean, as a small device, obviously, you're not going to be typing long messages into it, but you can overcome that using the voice input. So, I'm not very good at using voice, but on this device, you kind of use it by default for everything. It's very, very good. It's a really nifty little device. I'm not sure how long I'm going to hold on to it because my daughter's seen it and she quickly worked out this is sort of exactly the right size for her.
Yeah, my son would love this too.
Yeah, and also they're not expensive either. No. I think they're about $120.
Yeah, they have some early birds that are still available for under $100 even.
Yeah, so for a phone for a child that you just want them to be able to make calls and get in touch and not worry if the phone gets ruined, it's quite a nice device.
Yeah, that is And with the dual SIM, when you come over to the States into New York, you could, in theory, put a Ting SIM in there and just pay for what you use while you're here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I feel like that, this is totally spontaneous, but I'm going to mention, go to linux.ting.com.
Just go do that. Just do it right now.
Seriously, when you come to the States, and anybody else that's coming to the States that wants to be able to use their phone and doesn't want to get totally unless you have some amazing plan, go to linux.ting.com when you're coming. I hear from the audience that they do this because one of the things people always give us feedback on is, well, Ting is a U.S. only opportunity. So I can't get it outside the U.S. But when you travel here, Alan has done this. This is something that I really think I wish I could do the opposite of this when I leave the States. Linux.ting.com. It's a really great, simple way to get easy, pay for what you use, wireless. You just pay for the minutes you use and the megabytes you use while you're here, and there's no contract, no early termination fee. You can log into the website and turn off the line. It's really nice. Pay for what you use, nationwide coverage, CDMA and GSM with a great dashboard. I'm going to do like a quicker one because I didn't plan to do the Ting read there. But then when I see that device, it's so perfect because you can buy this thing for $100, $140. You can put a Ting SIM in there. I wonder if you could switch between CDMA and GSM live too.
Oh, that would be slick.
Well, that's really, really cool, Wimpy, and I'll be curious to hear your thoughts on it later. Have you tried like the built-in speaker? How's the sound on it, like for podcasts?
It's good enough. I mean, it's for what it cost and its size. It's a pretty remarkable little gadget. I am very, very happy with it.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm surprised and impressed by just how good it is. I was just reading an email on here, just to answer your question. Yeah, perfectly readable.
And I assume you put Telegram
no
on there?
at all.
Telegram performs okay?
I haven't put Telegram. I've kept it just to the things because there's only 2 gigs of RAM. I've just decided to keep it to the minimal things that I need for exercising.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
I did put a 32 gig micro SD card in it and used the option to merge that with the internal storage. So it's now got about 40 gigs of internal storage available, as it reports as a single file system. So it's it's pretty great, really.
Yeah, I say good on you too to keep the distractions off the exercise device. That's pretty neat. And it's, cheaper than a Fitbit, a decent Fitbit. So that's pretty cool. The Jelly smartphone.
The Jelly Pro.
The smallest. Everybody's going big, and this is the smallest. And then again, just free pluggy here, but you put it on the Ting network. That's 2 things. I like this. I like small indie stuff. That's cool.
If you break it, it's not the end of the world.
It makes me a bit jelly.
Boom.
I see what you did there. So Linus has an idea. How about instead of hacking Linux, okay, stay with me. Instead of hacking Linux, you join and participate. Huh?
You mean hack on Linux?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Actually, I joke, but this is legitimately an advantage that open source software has. So Linus says you may not be able to reach absolute security, but people that deploy default models are so much better off today. We're making obvious improvements. He's talking, by the way, about the kernel. Torvalds also noted that technical persons that have impressed him have been people who go after the Linux code. There are smart people doing bad things. Yeah, exactly. I wish they were on our side and they could help us, Torvald said. Where I want us to go is to get as many smart people as we can before they turn to the dark side. We would improve security that way and get those who are interested in security to come to us before they attack us. That's all it would take, Wes.
I mean, you're right that is an advantage of open source is that, come join us, come make it better.
Yeah.
Maybe, you can still exploit it on the side to make money. He's not saying that you can't do that. Just also fix it upstream afterwards.
We'll save that part for the Kali Linux segment.
Yes, right. That's right. Woo!
So, GNOME 3.2.6 lands tomorrow, I think. Is it this Wednesday? This coming Wednesday?
It's coming up, yeah.
It does. It's tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, so if all goes well, which I believe it will, by the time most people are hearing this show, it'll be old news, I guess. Think about that, guys.
That's frightening.
Right now, we're living in the pre-GNOME 3.2.6 world, but the people listening, they got the edge up on us. They're already in a GNOME 3.2.6 world. It's just remarkable.
If I just Pac-Man a little harder, will I get it now? Can I do that?
No, you got to wait about a month. Yeah. And there's some interesting benchmarks over at Phoronix. Michael Larbel has posted benchmarks of GNOME 3.2.6 on Wayland versus your X11. And notes that the Wayland desktop loads slightly faster.
I like that.
There's no real significant difference in memory and battery consumption between Wayland and X at this time. On the benchmarks that use Wayland directly, there's no significant difference between Mutter and using Mutter and Wayland or Mutter and Xorg. And on benchmarks that were forced to use X Wayland, there's about a 5 frame per second loss using X Wayland versus straight Xorg. But what struck me about this is my summation of reading his article. What struck me about this is that it wasn't a huge penalty to use Wayland. That it wasn't a dramatic issue to use Wayland. That Wayland is essentially at competitiveness with Xorg right now. Don't you think that's kind of... I don't know, Beer, what do you think? To me, that seems pretty remarkable, actually.
I would have figured it would have either been way behind or way ahead.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it isn't in performance. This is what these benchmarks are talking about. It doesn't talk about the fact that it's missing a ton of features.
Yeah, right. True. It's just frame rate, load desktop time. Yeah, well, I guess I expected Wayland. I thought we'd be paying a Wayland price.
Or should we be disappointed that it's not a lot faster?
Well, that's what the internet's taken away from this. The average internet comment reads like, "See, I told you, Xorg's fine. Xorg's fine. We don't need anything else." There's this guy, he's flying around in an airplane outside the studio right now.
He's running Xorg.
He has a big banner that says Xorg is fine.
Yeah.
That's that is what's happening right now. And I take from this at least that part of the transition, this singular isolated part of the transition to Wayland, hopefully won't suck too bad. That's what I took from it. GNOME 3.26. Going to be in that there Ubuntu too, I believe. Going to be there in that 1710.
Even though there's a negative side to 3.26 though. The removal of the API for the system icons.
Yes, but we talked about it a little bit, and it's worth touching on because I don't really understand what I'm going to do other than load the top icons extension.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they've forced my hand.
There's actually like a weird situation where the top icons extension currently works now and will not work in the future.
What?
And
What?
Yeah.
What?
So they pointed out that, in the post, they were like, well, if you're going to continue using top icon stuff, that'll be available.
Yeah.
But they didn't point out in the comments that in the blog post that GTK4 removes the support for what top icons uses.
Whoa.
So that it's not even going to be possible to use top icons. It's going to be deprecated automatically.
So I'm switching to Unity.
Well, there's actually Ubuntu noticed that and saw that that's going to be going away. There is a different extension called K Status Notifier App Indicator or something like that. It's really long.
It's hot.
Yeah, they forked that and are using that because it doesn't depend on the same API that Top Icons uses. That's why the new Ubuntu version has that. So in theory, if you in the future you could use that extension instead of Top Icons.
Okay. I look at I'm looking at mine right now, and I see Spotify, I see Dropbox, and I see Skype, and I see Mumble, and I think out of all of those, the only one that has any chance of updating it with any reasonable amount of time is Mumble.
Mm-hmm.
Dropbox isn't going to give two shits, are they? Do you know anything about that, Rotten? Is this
I don't think Mumble's going to carry either.
I don't honestly either, but if any of them was going to, right? I mean,
yeah, they're the best likelihood. Yes, I think that it's because they're GNOME is looking at it as if because they don't like something, they think something is antiquated. That means everybody else should just follow suit. Whereas the platform people switch from have this incredibly, long
ingrained
standpoint. Yeah, they're expecting this type of thing to exist, and then you just remove it regardless of what people think.
Yeah.
That's problematic at best.
This is my issue. Now that is tempered by the fact that GNOME 3.26 also has the new settings pane.
Oh yeah,
the new redesigned.
I've been excited for that.
More like Mac OS 6. I don't know if you guys remember Mac OS 6 from the 80s, but it's more like that control panel, and it's way better.
It's what is old is new again.
Yeah,
That's
it really
right.
is. But
that is how computers work.
It's way easier for my brain to process a list on the side, and then I click it, and then it's going to be more like GNOME Tweak, but it looks way better. And that's in 3.26. So like 3.26 is like a mixed bag for me because it's a good release. It's got updates to Epiphany. It's got updates to GNOME Photos, which I just like for just basic photo viewing. But it's got this, like producer Michael was just talking about, this removal of the system tray icon support, which every time we go through this is a huge pain in my arse. And it's a constant source of questions.
And it's probably like one of the top 5 extensions people use in the first place.
Yeah, I got all worked up. I think was it last week about the GNOME project recommending people install an extension. Yeah, GNOME. Yeah. I think that just.
They also they recommend other things too for extensions because they don't really want.
I see.
So little things they want to do as default. It's problematic. But if they were managing the extensions, that'd be one thing. But they just letting the community do it. What if they remove some API like they're doing for this? What if they just annoy someone enough where they just give up and stop maintaining them? Like, I mean, you're
exactly.
You're setting it up to fail.
Do you when you hear stuff like this, do you think, boy, if I wasn't already using Plasma as my main desktop, I'd switch? Because it makes me think, I got to be honest, Ron, it makes me think, just screw this. I'm just going to go use the Plasma desktop and make it work. Because
I was a GNOME maintainer for extensions at one point, and I quit because the example I gave of people abandoning it is because I was one of them.
Yeah.
I maintained 10 extensions, and every single time there was a new update, all of them broke. And there was nothing wrong with my extensions. Like they all worked. I even adopted other extensions from other people and like fixed them. And most of the time, like the audio input switcher, like there was nothing wrong with it. It worked perfectly fine. The only thing it needed was to have a version update. So like the fact that that's like not only not going to make a system where when it updates, it's going to like check to see if it works and then say if it works or not and give you like a flag where you have to update it or something. It's just, we're going to assume it's automatically broken and just break it. So like at that point where I had to update 10 and then I started getting requests from people updating stuff. And then I was like, after about, I think I had like the most I ever had was like 16 at one release. And I was like, I'm done. I'm not trying to fix this.
Right. Yep. And so here's where I'm at right now. And I'm kind of waiting to see, but I feel like maybe as GNOME grows and as they move the platform forward and as they make decisions that they feel are the best, the decisions to make for them, maybe we are moving into a world where if you're going to use the GNOME desktop, you need a high-level curator like Canonical to come along or like Fedora to come along and really sort of think about this stuff. Think about how to do the dock extension. Think about the system tray icon notification problem. Think about the theming issues. Think about all of the things around that and implement it correctly. And that's really the only way to have a usable workhorse GNOME desktop, perhaps. And rolling it yourself on a Gentoo or an Arch, which we'll get to here in a moment, it's too hacked together unless you really follow this stuff. Like if you listen to every episode of this show, you could probably make it work.
So
yeah, I would agree with that. Except I would point out that Fedora is on the same side as GNOME as far as like the top icons and stuff like that. Okay. They made a blog post about. Yeah. It was hilarious because they made a blog post about like, and developers are not updating their applications.
Yeah. What's wrong with all these developers? They're not following the whims of the GNOME team. What's wrong with them?
And I mean, I do feel the alternative, like they want to be able to update, but when you are shipping things that people use in a stable way, you have to do that in a non-breaking way, or at least try very hard not to.
Like producer Michael was saying, especially when it's something that is like a paradigm of how you interact with your desktop.
Yes.
The question then becomes for me is, do I really want to be using a desktop where the developers can't do that work themselves and you have to have an additional maintainer to make the desktop good?
Well, at least it can be done. At least you can have somebody create their quote-unquote sane defaults.
Yeah.
There's another issue of what about, how like for a long time GNOME has been like, I don't know, like the powerhouse as far as like what DEs are based on. But if you look at like Budgie, where it was, they announced that they're going to switch to Qt and other things that are switching to Qt already
like
as well,
LXQt.
like LXQt. Yeah. But like if you look at the code of Budgie, there's some weirdness in there, like where they actually have to pretend to be GNOME in certain cases.
Right, yep.
It's when you said that they were making decisions that worked best for them, I was like, I think that's like the detriment to them.
Yeah, maybe. They're trying to have a vision and they're trying to have a philosophy. And so part of this notification tray icons thing is that philosophy. In their world, the user never had any control. You installed that son of a bitch application, and that sucker put that tray icon down there. You never asked for that. You never asked for that stupid notification or that spinning sync icon, and you really have no other way to interact with the application other than, guess what? That tray icon. And so GNOME wants to give the power back to the user. It's a philosophy, and it's one that I can understand and appreciate. But there is a practical aspect to this.
And it feels like they're kind of far away, separated from like the day-to-day support concerns of someone using that, right? Whereas Ubuntu knows how to do that.
That's a great point. So let's pause right there because damn, you just nailed it. Because I want to talk about what they're doing. And specifically, there's a new post about GNOME Shell in Ubuntu 17.10. I'm trying to be like cautious about what I say because I don't want to give too much away because I really want us to roll into it. So let me start by saying thanks to Linux Academy for sponsoring this here show. linuxacademy.com/unplugged. Thanks to you guys for going there and letting Linux Academy know, hey, on the Unplugged program, I heard about you. I came here. You have that in your log now. You know that they sent me. And as a thank you, they'll give you a 7-day free trial. linuxacademy.com/unplugged. So why am I sending you there? Well, it's in the name, Linux Academy. It's a platform to teach you everything about Linux. Created by Linux enthusiasts, Linux professionals, people that really love Linux and want to spread it, people that honestly I think had the intention of getting more users to Linux. And I really could connect with that because Anthony, the guy that founded Linux Academy, I talked with him for ages before he was an advertiser, before he launched the platform, just talking about how to get Linux out into the hands of more people. So when they launched, I was so excited to be one of their launch partners, to have a sponsorship here. I remember talking to Anthony while they were building the virtualization system that'll spin up servers on demand that match the courseware you've chosen for Debian or Red Hat or Ubuntu. They'll also do AWS, Azure, OpenStack courseware, the really high-level stuff. They'll help you focus on certifications if you need to go that route. Offline study is no problem at all. It's a real platform for this kind of stuff. It's the Linux Academy.
New to the world of Linux, Azure, and AWS, OpenStack, and DevOps, a sharp skill set is an absolute necessity to succeed. Meet Linux Academy, an online Linux and cloud training platform that uses self-paced video courses and hands-on labs to give you real-world experience for a wide range of skills.
And their community is full of Jupiter Broadcasting members. They're always adding new features, so that way you get the most out of your subscription. linuxacademy.com/unplugged. Go there and try it out 7 days for free. And thank you to Linux Academy for sponsoring the Unplugged program. linuxacademy.com/unplugged. So we have another post from Didrox, and we've been linking to these for quite a while in the show notes, and I love this. It's like a blog journey to 1710 and the decisions that they're making. And this week we talk about GDM, collaboration, and theming. Now, I'm covering this for many reasons, because it's historical to watch Canonical make this switch here on the show. Can't believe we're documenting this. Think about that for a second. Wow, it's really hitting me. Like right now as I'm talking to you guys, it's really hitting me that I have been podcasting since Ubuntu was created. I podcasted the announcement of Unity.
Wow.
Brian Lunduke and I covered it at Linux Fest, because it was news then. I remember the episode that we covered the announcement of Unity. I remember watching the netbook edition of Ubuntu. I remember watching that be born, and Unity inspired from that. GNOME 3, all of it. I've watched all of it, and now I'm watching them transition back to Ubuntu GNOME, and the weight of that is really hitting me as we record this episode right now. Like, I have really watched a transition here, and I got to tell you, watching them re-land back into GNOME, if you had asked me to make the most optimistic prediction of how they would handle this, I wouldn't have gotten it this close. I couldn't have asked for a better re-landing into the GNOME world. So this week we're talking about GDM. It turns out GDM, the GNOME Display Manager, that login screen, that ugly login screen that runs in the background and takes up a ton of memory and is really a son of a bitch, it's also hard to theme. And it's one of the areas where the GNOME developers have been particularly protective of, because if you're having any kind of problem in your GNOME session, they don't want GDM to be affected, because you got to get back to your login screen.
Right.
So you can choose like a safe
It keeps
mode.
everything running in that sense.
So one of the ways that they have accomplished that, the GNOME team, is they have hard-coded the theme for GDM. So that way it just uses something simple and it always works. And it's rock solid. Regardless of whatever crazy lunatic theme you've loaded in your GNOME shell, your GDM session, rock solid. Add Wadia, buddy. Unless you don't want that, which pretty much no distro maker wants. They want to re-theme GDM to make it match the login session.
Of course.
And they want the desktop session. So the login session matches the desktop session. It's a big kumbaya. And it's something that I've noticed some people are commenting in the early betas of Ubuntu about already, the GDM theme here and there. And it's something that the Pop! OS folks have been working on. And this is where we end up today. This little problem. The guys and gals over at System 76, they want to solve the problem of an ugly GDM. And Canonical also has a problem they want to solve. They want to be able to apply their Ubuntu style without stepping all over the toes of anybody that might be deriving off of Ubuntu. And they'd like to do it in a way that is maintainable and upstreamable. And I believe these two things are not 100% aligned, but they're pretty close. So it sounds like over the last couple of weeks, Canonical worked with System 76, worked with Jeremy over at System 76.
Wow.
And together they came up with a way to sort of fix this problem, to sort of apply a patch to GDM that would work upstream so that people could change the theming. Now, I don't really, when I start to gloss over when you start talking about applying CSS themes to GDM. But I do see that this is a wider problem that we've been running into for a while. And it's nice to see a proposed solution. Nothing's really been accepted upstream yet. But I I feel like there might be a larger ramification, larger impact here, which I'll get to in a moment. But Wimpy, if your ears are burning because I've missed or I've gotten something wrong, if you want to jump in with any corrections at this point, probably a good chance before I keep going.
Well, you have me at a disadvantage actually because I've been away.
Oh yeah, that's right.
For a while.
I want to talk about that too.
I haven't had the chance to catch up with my colleagues
So let me wrap this real quick, and then let's talk about that. So, the short version of this is that Diddler and Jeremy are working together to come up with an upstreamable version where patches can be applied, where people won't be stepping on each other's toes. I will save my commentary for now on how this could be our first example of Pop! OS development colliding with the wider Ubuntu development. I'll save that for future commentary because I'd love to hear about Wimpy's trip to Paris. He just got
yeah.
I saw some once in a lifetime selfies come across Wimpy's Twitter feed over the last week. I've got to go find those because, whenever you can get the Eiffel Tower in your selfie, that is a rather good selfie. So where were you, Wimpy?
Well, we were in Paris, and we were at UbuCon Europe, which was being hosted by the French Loco at a massive museum in Paris.
That is too cool.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
UbuCon, boy, all these conferences. You got New York coming up soon. You got Paris. You are a world traveler, Wimpy.
Yeah, so UbuCon's an entirely community created event, and they happen all over the world, and different locos and lugs and what have you organize these events around the world. So when the UbuCon happens in California, it's usually coinciding with Scale and happening at the same venue, right. A day or so beforehand.
Yeah. But this one's just a standalone?
This was, it was a four-day event. So it started, it was a 3-day event for the UbuCon, but there was a sort of a get-together the day before it started with sort of the core organisers to come together and sort of, make sure they were all set and ready to go. And we were fortunate enough to be there and catch up with them that evening, and some of the early arrivers. Some of our friends from the Ubuntu community from around Europe, and it's great to catch up and socialize. So during the day it's tracks of talks and workshops, and there's even a gaming room set up with PCs with games running and all the rest of it, and rooms with all the audio equipment, so the various podcasters can go and record, live podcasts and what have you.
Which
so there's
did, right?
Yeah, so Popey and I participated in 2 podcasts whilst we were there.
Maniac.
We both appeared on the Spanish podcast, and then we were part of a podcasting panel. So we had the guys from Ubuntu podcast in France, Popey and I from Ubuntu podcast. I don't know the name, but I think it's Ubuntu podcast Portugal, and then Ubuntu Fun. So there were 6 or 7 of us, and sort of scripted by the German guys. We had some show notes, and then very much ad hoc in front of a live audience.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
It's always good fun. Yeah, lots of fun.
So I was inspired by a slide that was from a talk that I think Dustin Kirkland was giving at UbuCon, where he listed like the top 10 features or the top 10 new features for Ubuntu 17.10. And I wanted to take that list. I want to put it in text somewhere. So I actually kind of like to get your take on it. But I expanded on the list, and I actually think I already have more features to add to it. But let me know if I'm missing anything. So 17.10. And I want to preface before I say this. I don't have any skin in the game. Right now, I run Solus. The machine to my left runs Arch. The next machine to my left runs Arch. What are you running right there to my right?
This is running Arch.
Okay. So we have, and then we have 2 Arch systems upstairs. We have an Arch server here and a Proxmox server. The only Ubuntu system in the Jupiter Broadcasting Studio is the one running the Mumble machine that Noah installed. So I don't have like an agenda here. I don't have any. There's nobody paying me to say this.
No agenda.
But I'm going to say that I will say this. I would ask both of you and anyone in the Mumble Room to tell me what distribution release has ever had a feature list like this, and I haven't even added all of them yet. This is what I have right now. The top 14 new features for Ubuntu 17.10. GNOME replaces Unity, number 1, obviously. Tons of Bluetooth improvements, 1,000 bug fixes, a new BlueZ stack. Number 3, switch to lib input. Number 4, improved 4K multi-monitor and scaling technology support. We've talked about that, high DPI improvements. Number 5, upgraded to Network Manager 1.8, much improvement, big improvement there. Number 6, new sub equity, whatever. It's the new server installer. Number 7 is the minimal images, 36 megabyte, 20% smaller images. Huge. That's a huge savings. Number 8, finally, for fuck's sake, auto remove of old kernels from /boot. Number 9, extended for encryption with FS Encrypt. Number 10, improved CUDA and CPU acceleration support. And this one I'm feeling like could almost be 2, but I'm including hardware accelerated codecs in that one. Hardware accelerated codecs. I'm going to say it one more time. Hardware accelerated codecs. Just going to mention that. New dock that we've talked about with the upstream collaboration, the G-schema support for elegantly handling settings changes and disappearing when you turn on dash to dock, and now with the status icon support, which is great. Net plan by default switching from ifconfig is number 12. Number 13 is GCC 7 out of the box. And number 14 is Wayland by default. And number 15, which I don't have on the list yet because it hasn't happened yet, because all of these happened. All of these have happened. What is about to happen, potentially, is kernel 4.13 as well, which will be feature 15. And I'll have a top 15 list for Ubuntu 17.10. Now, I haven't seen anybody put a list together quite consecutively like Dustin did. Now, I've built off of Dustin's list here. But I challenge you to tell me one other release of any Linux distro ever since you've been following Linux that has been this packed full of features and this big of a change.
Chris, I can't think of one, dude.
I can't either. Like, this is big. This is really big. And this is in the middle of a company restructuring, reorganizing of the company. Like, there are some companies where that would put them on their back heels for a year just to sort that shit out.
Well, I gotta be honest, Chris. I have been through distro after distro, LFS, as you know, Gentoo, Arch, the whole 9 yards. And I gotta say, I'm more impressed with this new Ubuntu spin than all of that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And and I haven't even finished the list yet.
No, you haven't.
You know?
I can think of things with individual components like maybe System D switch or other things that were of similar scale, but these is it's a far-ranging set of changes.
This isn't even the LTS. Like, if all this stuff is decent in 1710, all this stuff just has to be even decent in 1804 polished, for the LTS to be great. Like,
yeah, but that's exactly the fact. I have to test it for the LTS. I mean, you can't introduce these to the LTS. You have to test them first.
It's the way to do it, though. It's a classic Ubuntu-style development approach. It's a tried and true method.
So if I can just add to that list.
Yeah.
The Dustin gave a couple of presentations whilst he was at UbuCon. And the slide that you've used there was he was doing the closing keynote. So he did the keynote that wrapped up the event. And what he was presenting was all of the feedback that had been captured from those various user surveys that he's been running through Hacker News and Reddit and Slashdot and OMG Ubuntu. And all of those things that were on Dustin's slide were the top things. So he did a whole load of natural language processing to actually figure out what people were asking for. And basically, everything that was in Dustin's slide were the top things that people were asking for, and therefore they got addressed in this cycle. So that was the crux of his presentation, in that your feedback is important and matters to us. And here's us actioning the things that are most important to you.
I'm not going to name names of other distros, but there has been distro releases recently where legitimately the new wallpaper is part of the release notes, right? Because that's like the minimal amount of change. I really am impressed. I am really impressed. Like when Mark made his initial announcement, I just was having a conversation with somebody about this yesterday. That somebody being Michael Dominic. When Mark made his announcement that Canonical was done with Unity and that Ubuntu would be shipping GNOME, I think a lot of people walked away with the impression that it was sort of like a wiping the hands. We're just gonna give you stock GNOME. We're not gonna bother with it and have at it.
That the desktop wasn't being focused anymore, right?
Hope you enjoy your stock GNOME. We're done. And I have a loose appreciation from the outside of the amount of work that must have gone into this, which means it must have been 10 times the amount of work that I'm picturing. So it was anything but that. It was the opposite of what a lot of people were pontificating was the end of the Ubuntu desktop. It was, and that's top 14 new features that like are worth like talking about.
How many
right
of
now.
those are like server features, right? There's a lot of stuff here that shows like they still care. They are innovating on these things,
right?
And seeing this kind of feedback cycle and work, that's exciting too.
And one of the reasons I'm excited for kernel 4.13, which is on target, you know, it's not locked in yet, but it's on target for 17.10, is it's got the baked-in mainlined AppArmor support. So it's sort of like a coming of age in a way for AppArmor, which Snap Confinement's based on, which is the mandatory access control horse that both SUSE and Ubuntu have bet on. And it's my preferred out of between SE Linux and AppArmor. Having worked with both of them in production, I clearly understand AppArmor, and SE Linux I just sort of funnel my way through. And so if I had to implement one, I would prefer to use AppArmor.
So talking about the kernel, as of yesterday, 4.13 is in the proposed pocket.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that is. I will update that list. I'm holding that as my 15th feature to add to the list because that's
okay. Well, the one to add alongside Network Manager is, in addition to Network Manager 1.8, the captive portal stuff is enabled and fully working now, and lots of people were making good use of that at UbuCon because everything was behind a captive portal, and it was kind of fun to see them all sort of blinking and then grinning at the captive portal screen just popping up when they joined the Wi-Fi networks.
I have no idea what to expect network-wise while I'm in New York. We're trying to decide if we should try to do user air from the hotel room while we're in New York.
That would be fun.
We're going to be there.
You should. I think so.
But we have no idea what the connectivity is going to be. You know, I wish there was a way. Like, we need like a database. Has a CAPTCHA, requires you use their DNS, or like all these like little qualifiers.
You know, Google has this database. They just don't share it with us.
So getting that built into Network Manager, or is it part of Network Manager, Wimpy, or is it a component alongside of Network Manager? I wasn't clear.
Yeah, so there's two pieces to it. There's a component in Network Manager that needs to be enabled. That actually does the detection of your connectivity state and whether you're behind a captive portal or not, and that emits over dbus. And then there's a component that's hardwired to the GNOME shell that then looks at that to determine what the network status is, and when it picks up the signal that you're behind a captive portal, it fires open a web view and takes you to that captive portal.
Brilliant. I really will appreciate that. That's become very important recently in my life. Go ahead.
I will just say, because let's just get this out of the way, because there are people that care about this stuff. In order for that to work, it has to ping some known host in order to look for various status codes.
Oh, sure. Yep.
Okay, and that's connectivitycheck.ubuntu.com. In the privacy settings for Ubuntu 17.10 is the option to disable that connectivity check. So if you don't want it to leak, stuff, then you can just disable that and you will have no captive portal automatic detection. And if you want to run like that, an interesting feature I noticed in Firefox, which I don't know when it cropped up, but I'm told fairly recently, if you open Firefox and it's behind a captive portal, Firefox detects that now and prompts you accordingly as well.
That's nice.
That is really nice. That has been something that has kind of been wonky on some setups in the past and really hurts inexperienced users, I think.
So I have two more items, now that you're here, Wimpy, just that I would love to chat with you about. I'd love to sort of back our way into 17.10 Mate edition of Ubuntu here, because I know that there is a big feature for me that I loved when I was on the Unity desktop that has made its way into Ubuntu Mate 17.10. And I don't know if you saw the feedback I imagine you must get all kinds of different feedback for this stuff. But one thing that I saw people talking about, which seemed really misinformed, was, well, now I have to drop Mate because it's just adding all of the bulk and cruft that modern desktops have. And what I'm alluding to is pretty much full-on, and correct me if I'm wrong, full-fledged HUD support like we had in Unity 7 in Ubuntu Mate. If you go with the Mutiny theme, you turn on HUD support, you turn on Compiz, you're getting really close to where you were with Unity 7, and it's got certain people, certain neckbeards, upset. And so I got this email from this guy who says that he's switching now to XFCE because Mate is getting too bloated. So I thought maybe if you explained a little bit of how HUD works, about how what talks to HUD and how that all happens, and maybe help people understand how it's not a bunch of bloat and tell people what the feature is.
Well, the feature is the ability to search the menus. So, your file, edit, view, tools, help menus that you see in all of your applications. It's the ability to search through those. So you hit the Alt key, an overlay appears, and you start typing to filter down what features of the menus you want to access.
So you could type print, for example. Instead of having to go grab your mouse, go to file, go down to print, you could just keep your hands on the keyboard and type in print, and that would come up.
Yeah. And it's particularly useful for applications that have lots of filters. So audio editors and, the
GIMP.
Office suites and Inkscape and GIMP. Yeah. When there are no convenient key bindings to complex filters, it's a great way to find them very quickly. Now, behind the scenes, the way this all works is through GTK models, model menu, and some dbus services, and what's providing that dbus registrar is the new global menu. So the global menu provides that dbus registrar, and then we also load a GTK module, which is called Unity GTK module, which is kind of a misnomer. What it's actually doing is providing the app menu model stuff. It's got very little to do with Unity itself.
And so to just sort of clarify your point there a bit, what's happening is these menu options are being exposed via dbus. So it's not like there's some global scraper running in the background that's reading all of the menus of every application. The applications are advertising these features to dbus. dbus then enumerates that to the HUD, and that's already happening in the background regardless. It's not a big bulk add of processing, correct?
Yeah, and if you run one of the themes that doesn't use the global menu, then none of that stuff is there anyway.
Oh,
so none of that stuff is resident in memory.
Okay.
Now, what I would say is if you really feel that is an unacceptable additional amount of memory, and it's not much, by the way, then fine. Run Lubuntu, run Xubuntu, go elsewhere. That's absolutely fine. From the very first day that we created Ubuntu Mate, I have an objective in the objectives of the project that application choices would feature-rich applications and wouldn't chase after lightness or whimsy. And Ubuntu Mate still runs on a Raspberry Pi with 1 gig of RAM. If you've got less than 1 gig of RAM and you're upset that Ubuntu Mate doesn't run well in 1 gig of RAM, then fine, go elsewhere. That's absolutely fine by me.
I think it's a perfect balance. I think the project, is constantly evaluating this question and striking such a good balance between modern day desktop features and a traditional computing paradigm. It's with as much as I talk about 1710 right now, I'm not necessarily sold on running straight Ubuntu 1710. I'm also heavily considering giving the Ubuntu Mate spin a try, simply for all of these little added extra perks here. How's the new alpha been received by the community?
Very
beta
well.
Now. It's beta 1 now, right?
It's beta 1.
Yeah.
I did a presentation about it at UbuCon. It was very well received. And I was also when I was at UbuCon, the Etienne is our new QA lead. He's been involved in the project for some considerable time, but has recently taken on the role of QA lead.
Oh, congrats.
And he lives in France. So he made the trek up from the south of France to Paris, and we met for the first time over the weekend.
Oh, very good.
And spent some time together planning. So that was really great, to meet people on a project who, you've not met in person. I absolutely love that.
That's one of the reasons I'm looking forward to going to New York.
Yeah, and this thing about, I'm going to rage quit a particular distro, fine. But the thing is you're talking about leaving a distribution where all of these options are options, and you could just use a different, we've preserved that traditional layout, the as Grandad remembers it 2-panel layout that has been there forever with GNOME 2 is still the default layout.
Yeah.
And it doesn't use indicators, and it doesn't use the HUD, and it doesn't use compis or any of this stuff. So I don't understand the rationale for, I'm rage quitting because it's got all of this stuff that I have to go and turn on that is not default. It's crazy talk.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so the second item I have before you can stop talking so much is this is your fault. Just as I was coming to closure on Neleus N1.
Oh yeah.
Just as I was getting to some sort of peace with that, you teased me with MailSpring, which isn't actually available for download yet.
No!
But it is a fork of Neleus Mail. Now, Wes, I know you, myself, Wimpy, we've been big...
We're a little community here.
We've been big Neleus users in the past, and then they announced that they were shutting that ass down.
Turns out their API makes them a bunch more dough, I guess.
Yeah. So Wimpy found MailSpring at getmailspring.com.
Say hello.
Kind of looking forward to this.
Looks nice, though.
Yeah. It has essentially all the same features that you came to love and expect from Neleus. It has the really creepy but yet advanced and surprisingly useful open tracking features. I don't know about self-hosted or any of that, but I'm thinking about signing up.
None of that self-hosting is required. So Nihilus Mail or Nihilus N1 was the original mail client. That used all of the cloud services to do all of the mail syncing.
Right.
The Nihilus Mail, which was the open source
was more like an
version,
offline
had that sync engine integrated locally, so
Yeah.
it didn't have to go elsewhere. Now, what's interesting about Get MailSpring is that Ben Gotto, who was one of the original members of the Nihilus Mail team,
right,
his company is now stewarding this fork, and he was the principal developer of Nihilus Mail.
That is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, and what they're already doing is they're like reworking that sync engine. So the sync engine was written in JavaScript, I imagine Node, and they've already replaced it with a new sync engine which is implemented in C++. And they're claiming that it uses 50% less RAM and it's considerably faster and improves battery endurance. So it looks like they're trying to get all that factored sync engine integrated before they make it available for download. But I've already signed up to this to stay informed of developments, and I'm very, very interested to see how this pans out.
I'm thinking about doing the same. I really liked Neleus Mail, specifically N1, but Neleus Mail too. So I'm thinking about doing the same. What do you think, Wes? You think it's possible? Maybe like a New Hope. Maybe it's a New Hope, Wes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I appreciate a lot of what they had done, and having a bunch of this all be open source anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why not?
Hey-o.
This is what we continually talk about as being an advantage.
Yep.
So if there's even a shot that it works out for us, I'm on board. I'm not always in favor of C++ strictly better than Node or not, but if it's actually faster and more performant, it seems like they are, like, what I got out of those summaries is like a craftsmanship and a care and a loving tuning that I would love to see.
And I think it's a good sign that it's one of the original authors.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for pointing out, Libby.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't wait to see how this develops. Because Nihilus was the great white hope for the new generation of mail clients.
Pretty mail clients on the Linux desktop.
I was only saying to Popey a few days ago, when these projects die, somebody, there's usually 5 or 6 rage forks immediately afterwards, and there was none of that with Nihilus. probably because it's a complex code base. And then I saw this and I was like, yes, this is what we wanted.
I know
we shall see.
It sounds kind of silly, but I really got my head around email for a few months there, like I haven't for years. And after they announced they were killing it off, I switched back to my traditional like webmail, Thunderbird, Kmail combo, which is horrible. And I don't think I've opened my inbox this week because I've just been, when I get busy like that, without the ability to see, the thing that Nileus gave me was two things that were so great. Was I snooze for later. So I could set a reminder and I could come back to it. So I could clear them out of my inbox, but get back to them. And the other thing that I found super useful was it's surprising the creepiness and well done implementation of tracking they had, where they had some sort of server-side component with embedded code that was really good at detecting when you opened the email, which is an incredible indicator for when you're about to get an email, it turns out. And this is what I learned after using N1, was that almost everyone who emails me on a reoccurring basis opens the last email that they got from me and just hits reply and changes the subject, deletes the body, and sends me an email. Like, everybody does that. I thought that was just something I did. Everybody does that. And so what happens is, when they open up the old email, I get a notification. And I know in about 5 minutes, I'm going to get an email from a sponsor. And so I know this sounds dumb, but I can mentally prepare myself for that communication. And I can like psychologically clear my schedule. Okay, I'm going to respond to this. I'm going to think about this. And I actually was getting email done. And it was a couple of just snoozing and really good notifications. I really loved it. So I'd love to see a fork. Yeah. I'm going to be watching that with some interest. We'll have a link to that in the show notes if you want to check it out. I have a quick mention before we move on. We still have, oh my gosh, we still have Backtrack and the Gen 2 challenge to get to.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Jam-packed.
This is a lot going on. This is a lot going on. So just a quick mention. I wish we could
quick now.
I wish we could spend more time on this. The Manjaro project is happy, I'm sure, I would assume, to announce that they got an OEM to ship a laptop pre-installed with Manjaro XFCE edition. So there you go, Joe. That's good for you. And it's the Spitfire Manjaro Special Edition. It's powered with a 7th generation Intel processor, 32 gigabytes of them RAMs, dual drive bays, and it can pretty much probably take whatever you throw at it. It's got a 1080p IPS display.
We don't talk much about Manjaro. I mean, I haven't used it for a while.
Yeah, well, growing up, my grandma always told me if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say it. I can't even. I'm not a big Manjaro advocate. We don't review Manjaro very often. I don't talk about Manjaro, but I know there's a portion of our audience that definitely has had success with it. So
yeah. And I mean, they seem like they have a fair amount of momentum. They've got their own community going, which is great.
This is why I thought we could have made a segment out of this, because to be honest with you, it feels like a trend. Distributions more and more are starting to ink deals. I think probably the most prominent and successful one is the Entroware Ubuntu Mate one, because to me that's sort of like the best of both worlds. Great hardware, great company, great distro, and you're starting to see Elementary OS with different Trine and Solus rumors and all these things that seem to be brewing. And it seems that all of them sort of have one common denominator, and it's Clevo. And I think that's the enabling technology here, because Clevo is providing the base platform of the laptop. The OEMs can then focus on the software implementations a bit more. And so what you are getting, and it's going to take a little while for the consumers to catch up, I would think, except for our audience, is you're going to get different levels of implementation. So you're going to have some Clevo resellers that have a really solid implementation. They really have nailed the firmware issues. They've nailed compatibility issues. They've worked back and forth with Clevo. Maybe they even have some leverage.
I wonder if at some point we'll see like a Clevo competitor, so that.
I was going to say, it's not always Clevo. Undoubtedly, Clevo features.
Could you give me an example of one that's not Clevo?
The first couple of generations of the Entroware Apollo were Topstar.
Yeah, Topstar. But this one is Clevo.
The current generation is, yes.
No. I mean, sorry. No, I mean the Station X, the Manjaro Spitfire is.
I'm not familiar with what's being shipped there, but it could be Clevo. I'm just saying that these Linux OEMs are not absolutely always Clevo.
Okay.
Quite often they are, but there are other ODMs that get used as well.
Yeah, okay. That's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. I think this one, I can't remember. I got the Clevo Make at one point, but I'm pretty sure I tracked it down to a particular Clevo Make, which is similar to probably the Palo Galago line of machines. I'm not. To me, I feel like that's that only matters in so much as how good is the OEM at doing the implementation.
Yes. What kind of constraints does that put on the whole process that you can't get around?
Obviously, do you like the Clevo hardware?
Yeah,
like that's a component.
Some people do, some people don't. That's fine. Yeah.
But I do feel like these ODMs, Topstar or Clevo or whoever, are making it possible for distributions to offer a out-of-the-box distribution experience. So instead of buying a box of CDs now, you can buy a laptop.
And how long did we talk about how that was important for the Linux desktop, right? Even if it's not the hardware we want or even the distribution we want, it's certainly a different category than I have to buy and hope that this will work.
Yeah, and if you think about it in terms of selling a box set of DVDs, I used to buy the SUSE box set. It was like 6 discs. I used to get the free CD from Ubuntu. Manjaro and Mandrake was mini discs. This is kind of like that same thing, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
What's important about this is that we've said for years and years and years the reason why Linux isn't more widespread is because you can't go into brick and mortar stores and buy it.
Yep.
Now the next best thing to that is having online retailers that make it available. And we've seen a number of these Linux vendors popping up recently, particularly in the UK. Obviously, Entroware have been around for some years now, but we've had Station X, Star Labs, and I think there's one called Nimbu or something like that. So there's been 3 pop up in the UK in quite quick succession. And then another one that I've known about in Spain, but had the good fortune to meet at UbuCon this weekend, is Slimbook. And they have some very, very nice gear that they had on show, and there were lots of oohs and ahs and lots of people saying, I'm going to struggle not to buy one of these. They had some really terrific kit and chassis that I've not seen before, so I don't know where they're coming from, but they're really impressive.
That's exciting.
And they're the company that are providing that KDE Neon book.
Oh, yeah, very good. Huh, okay, so the more we talk about it, I not only can I see this taking off more and more, but I can also kind of understand why System 76 feels compelled to ship Pop! OS. Imagine if they had an inside track, or they saw the way this thing was blowing.
Mm-hmm.
This wind was blowing this direction where you're going to start having super specialized, you're going to have Solus laptops, and Elementary OS laptops, and Ubuntu Mate laptops, and Manjaro laptops, and then you're going to have the large vendors like HP and Lenovo and, of course, Dell shipping stock Ubuntu.
So if they don't have that extra value add area, there's a gap there.
I can see the logic path.
Mm-hmm.
However, my counter argument to that would have been there's still a market for somebody to do a really rock solid vanilla Ubuntu implementation, because at the end of the day, that's going to sell way more than any of these things do, probably combined.
Especially with what we were just talking about, like customer feedback. Like, I have no problems with Dell, but like close customer feedback about software design is not something that they have a ton of experience with compared to, say, like System 76 is a little bit closer with their customer base, I would say.
Yeah, and you can see that path. Yeah. You look skeptical, Beard.
No, I was just going to say it's still really interesting to me that it's Manjaro that's coming out with a laptop. Like, if I made a list, they'd be pretty far down on who I would have expected to come out with a laptop.
I guess it's who you know, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Because you could see, like, certain distributions. Well, I guess, yeah. Are you implying that maybe it's implying more growth to Manjaro than we realize? Is that what you're saying? Like, maybe there's more going on than we realize?
Like, I feel like they must think that they have a fairly large user base if they're coming out with hardware now.
Yeah, I mean, they got to figure they're going to
not just Manjaro, but whoever's shipping the laptops must think they have enough of a user base as well.
It is that statement, isn't it? It's that somebody did the business math here.
So it's now time for the Manjaro Challenge.
So where's my Antergos laptop?
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, the thing is that, there are lots of people using Arch Linux, or so the internet would have you believe.
Yes, it would.
I would suggest that most of those people that say they're running Arch Linux have either installed Antergos or Manjaro. There are probably very few actually installing Arch.
Do you think that's true? I mean, really though, Wimpy, because once you install Arch, you don't really have to install it again. Like, it's just installed, and it can be installed for so you can install it once 6 years ago, and then
Have you ever installed Arch Linux?
Yes, yeah, I have, and I would say
you have you?
Yeah.
You've not always just installed
and Gentoo, but I will grant you that if I were in the last 2 years going to install Arch, I would absolutely go Antergos and not even consider going stock Arch. It's
Exactly.
just, why waste the time?
Well, my point exactly. It's all about time. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's funny. I always just boot into an Antergos live CD and then install stock Arch.
Really?
Yeah, because then you have a GUI, you have Chrome or whatever, but otherwise I can install everything in Antergos in like 2 Pacman commands.
I suppose if I was going to do it today, if I for some reason wanted to install stock Arch today, that's probably maybe how I would do it if I was going to think about it. Huh.
Yeah.
It's just, I think you're right, Wimpy. It really is. It really is like it's a badge of honor in a sense on the internet to run Arch, and so everybody proclaims they run Arch. But maybe you're right. Maybe the majority of them are really Manjaro users. Maybe they're all Manjaro users. That's not Arch. I mean, I hate to be that guy. I hate to be that guy because I hate that guy. I hate that guy when you're like looking for a problem. He's like, "Oh, you're using Manjaro? Sorry, can't help." But it's not Arch.
I can't believe that Manjaro has more users than Antergos, though.
It's been around longer.
Not by much.
Yeah, but you remember people used to really buy into that Manjaro is tested Arch thing for like years?
Yeah, like they have the delayed release.
Yeah, people...
That always pushed me away from it, though.
Yeah, because if you thought about it for more than 30 seconds, of course it would. But people that didn't think about it, that sounds like, Arch, but tested like Debian does? Well, shit. I'll put that on my rig. I mean, if you hear it like that sounds good. It's like Arch, but but then when you're like, oh yeah, well, of course, if they only have maybe 3,000 people running the testing version, it doesn't really do anything other than just slow down the updates. That seems like a bad idea. But that takes 30 seconds.
I feel like we're suddenly crapping on Manjaro, and I feel bad.
Yeah, I mean,
You're right. If you have nothing to say.
We should be celebrating their glorious success of getting an OEM behind them. Because that's a big deal for any distro.
It's serious validation.
And it's a big deal for Linux because it means, we saw those Netcraft, is it? NetData.
Yep.
Statistics, 3-point-something% Linux users, a growing trend there. There is obviously a growing market for these OEMs to sell Linux devices and Linux laptops, and we should be applauding that and encouraging it because it doesn't actually matter what distro is being sold. That's one more laptop, one more person joining us, and one less of them.
And more resources spent like getting firmware, getting polish ironed out, things that are in theory somewhat portable to whatever you want to run.
One, you think about too, the other net effect this is having is it's another reseller who is pulling on Clevo to support Linux better. So there could be because of this market now, there could become a point where Clevo is one of the best supported Linux machines out there because they got all these people selling Clevo machines now.
And I know that some of these OEMs that are using, the likes of Clevo are starting to talk to the firmware update guys to actually get these, the firmware and BIOS for these devices supported by GNOME software and firmware update. So, if this trend grows, there'll be more people putting more pressure on these ODMs to release their BIOS and firmware under licenses or agreements that enable these things to go into these public repositories so they can benefit from automatic updates and we don't have to be like barbarians booting off, floppy disks.
Yes. This is a serious tip of the hat to the Manjaro project because, like we said earlier, somebody did the business math here and decided it was worth their time, which is a real validation to the project.
And this is the kind of like real supply chain, like you were just saying, like the supply chain stuff that will make longer term change that is very different than just some software.
I want to know your thoughts, Wimpy, though, on them choosing to do a customized XFCE spin. that's been quote unquote tailored for the hardware?
I don't know anything about XFCE, so you're asking the wrong guy.
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
What do you think? I mean, really, what do you think it means to say why XFCE? What's that about? Is that a Manjaro thing?
I thought that was the default desktop for Manjaro.
Maybe. I thought only masochists use XFCE. I kid.
Well,
Joe's not listening.
You do know one.
I kid. You thought of speaking of Joe, the market research. I did a little digging for Linux Action News one episode ago, and got some of the information behind where that market share number came from, and why we hear about it from time to time, and how many sites are involved in that information. So I would recommend you check out recent episodes of Linux Action News. I think it was 16, but that's off the top of my head, where I kind of did a little deep dive into where that 3% number is coming from. It's actually, of course I'm saying this, but I actually think that 3% number is low. And I agree. I say that after I researched how they're getting to the number. And once I realized how they're getting to the number, I'm pretty confident, but I don't know, of course, but I'm pretty confident in saying that it's low. And you think so too, Wimpy?
Well, Pornhub tells us so.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, so
it's true. They publish the stats every year.
Yeah, I know.
We've
We've
got significantly more perverts than 3%.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, it's a great platform for porn. We've said that before. It truly is. It's the best platform for porn as far as I'm concerned. And
I think porn shops have been good to Linux, running Linux servers on the back end, serving tons of video.
Absolutely. The server side, the infrastructure side, and the fact that we don't launch executables has been really great for Linux.
Yes.
Oh man. Well, there's
Be safe, everybody.
This is the More You Know on the Unplugged program. Okay, so we have many things still to get to. I don't know if this is going to work, but I spent some time blowing off some steam this week. I got a lot going on. I got a lot in my head. I got a lot I'm trying to figure out, and I thought, what better way to focus all of this random energy than to try to break my TP-Link and Belkin smart devices. Turns out my TP-Links run a 2.6 kernel, Linux 2.6 kernel.
Ouch.
Yeah. So I had some fun, and
what is this, 2005?
I know. Kali Linux. We're finally going to talk about it. We really should have led with this. We just kind of meandered this whole episode, but we're going to talk about Kali Linux here in a moment. But first, let's take a moment and get real. Let's get real about DigitalOcean. Go to DigitalOcean.com and use our promo code DO Unplugged. It's one word after you create your account. This will give you a $10 credit. You can spin up a server. It could be Ubuntu. It could be Fedora. It can even be FreeBSD or CentOS or Debian. I mean, do you have any FreeBSD droplets, Beard?
Why would anybody do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Wes, would you have any reason for a FreeBSD droplet?
Well, maybe you want to run some jails. That'd be a great way to run 1,000 different websites in one.
I guess if you want end-to-end ZFS.
I just prefer the industry standard Docker on my industry standard Ubuntu. I mean, it's just me. It's just me, Wes. I don't know why. I'm still needling the BSD Now guys, and I don't know why. It's just something it's
in your blood now.
This is my moment in the show to needle the BSD Now guys, and I take it almost every week. But anyway,
we're going to catch you with the NetBSD droplet someday, and you are going to have so much shame.
Chris, it's probably because on BSD Now they need it less.
Yeah, that's true.
Why would anybody install as Linux?
I was just going to say DigitalOcean has been saving my bacon recently. I spun up a droplet to run OpenVPN, and that's been very, very, very handy. But I'll save that for another story because I believe Mr. Wimpy has one from the Ubucon.
Yeah, I do.
What is it, sir?
Popey and I did a couple of Snapcraft workshops at Ubucon.
As one does.
Mm-hmm.
One on the Saturday, one on the Sunday. And we went into a classroom and it wasn't set up the way we needed. So we span up a bunch of DO droplets and configured all of the course material on it. And we did it all with DOCTL and a simple script to go and zap all of the machines with what we needed. And we ran our classrooms off DO droplets.
Very good. That's nice. And then afterwards, did you destroy them or do you still have them around?
Just destroyed them. Yeah. And it cost us a few pennies to run, several hours of classes on dozens of droplets.
That reminds me of the time that just this last Linux Fest Northwest, I think it was this last one. I can't remember if this was the event, but during the live stream, we spun up a DigitalOcean droplet, transferred some stuff over to it, and then when we were done, we destroyed it. And it's I don't know, there's something about that. This feels ultimately powerful. Like, it's really a lot of incredible compute power on demand. And you can spin it up and you can use it and you can run your Linux that you like to use. And there's great documentation and a simple dashboard and an elegant API. And they got data centers everywhere. And it's just available to you when you need it. It makes you feel a little bit like Tony Stark, and I just love it. If you use our promo code DO Unplugged, one word, you get the $10 credit, and then you can play around. Run like the 3 cents an hour machine with our $10 credit. It's great. DigitalOcean.com. Use the promo code DO Unplugged after you have created your account over at DigitalOcean.com. And by the way, in their community documentation section, they have a new tutorial on, or I guess it's really an introduction to load testing your box. So if you want to test network latency, CPU, memory, disk I/O, all that kind of stuff, they got a really great tutorial on it. And it's applicable to anybody running Linux, but it's just an example of the value that they add to DigitalOcean users too, because obviously it's applicable to DigitalOcean droplets.
I want to give a challenge to the community, Chris.
Oh, yeah?
I want them to come up with things to do with a DigitalOcean API that nobody's ever thought of.
Ooh, that would be good.
I want to see ridiculous things, like stuff they never planned for.
Yeah, DigitalOcean.com, create the account, then use our promo code DO Unplugged, one word. Now, finally, let's talk about Kali Linux, and I feel like the only way to appropriately talk about Kali Linux would be to talk about Backtrack Linux, because the last time you and I spoke about this, audience, we were really talking about Backtrack Linux. And it was a solid distribution. People came together and they created something that was kind of unique. It was kind of the smashing together of Slacks and Knoppix. And then they would sort of smash it together and do these big releases with all these kind of features. And I really loved it. Full disclosure, I used it professionally to make a living for a while. So obviously I'm a little biased about Backtrack, but loved it. Really was a great tool. And But things move on. People move on. Projects change. And they later on down the road decided to essentially change things up and rebase. And they rebased on Debian. And around this time they launched, and they called it Kali Linux. And Kali Linux is a penetration testing distribution that's targeted towards ethical hackers. So let's crack open a beer here and talk a little bit about Kali Linux, because this week I was having some fun. And I want to say there's a few different ways you can use Kali Linux. You surprisingly could legitimately use it as your desktop distribution. GNOME 3, they got a couple of extensions installed, like the applications menu. In fact, Wes, if you want, this thing right here, I was running it this week on the. I'm going to turn on. Let's see if the studio cam's working, because I don't know if it is or not, because I want people.
We'll find out.
I want people to see this thing here. So I've got it here on the Dell Precision 7720 laptop,
massive,
which is just a monster. And the thing about this laptop is it reminds me a lot of the Bonobo that I had back in the day when I was doing penetration testing. And so here, Wes, I've got, this is this is Kali Linux running off of the live thumb drive there. And take a look at like the application menu stuff and whatnot. It's you could just use that as your daily driver.
I'm running GNOME here. It's not bad.
Yeah, GNOME 3. And they also have support for VMware. They have, in fact, VMware
Kernel 4.9.
Yeah, they got VMware Fusion boot images and all kinds of different ways to get access to
Well, what is this traditional style menu plugin they've got installed?
And one of the nice things they support is persistent mode, so you can still boot off a live media but save your data on a GPG encrypted persistent state.
That's excellent.
Yes, it is. It is excellent. It's very nice when you're doing different kinds of work, when you're doing a multi-day project. That is a very nice feature.
Oh, they've got OpenVAS in here. That's one thing I was going to mention.
Well, let's talk about that. So OpenVAS is where I wanted to start. So I want to walk people down breaking their own network. And you got to start by discovering your own network. And there's a lot of different ways you can do this. Nmap is a great tool as well. But I want to point you to NetDiscover. It's installed by default on Kali Linux. And it's a network address discovering tool, and it will really quickly, if you pull the, I've got some screenshots. So anyways, it'll quickly identify all the machines on your network and the vendors who make the hardware. So I could very quickly see all of the TP-Link and the Belkin and the 3 Amazon Echo devices that are on our network, because it gave me vendor, and what I assume it's doing, although I don't know this for sure, but what I assume it is doing is in the background, it's looking up the MAC addresses of these devices with a vendor database. and it's matching MAC address to vendor. And then it's saying, okay, well, it has these ports open, it's on this network IP address, and this is the hardware. So within about 30 seconds, using NetDiscover, and the command is really simple. In my case, it was netdiscover space 192.168.0.0/24. And that told it to scan my entire network, 192.168.0.0.24. Now, my network is a 192 network.
Yeah.
If you had a 172 or a 10.1 network, you would need to adjust your command. But netdiscover space 192.168.0.0/24, you execute that command, and within seconds, NetDiscover will find every device on your network. It'll give you the manufacturer information about it.
Man, see, this seems super helpful because there's a lot of tools I've used where I've been very frustrated with like an NMS that does auto discovery but does a bunch of other stuff too. So if I could just have one tool that would keep me apprised of changes to my network, but without having a bunch of nonsense I don't need.
Great for that too. Great for that too. It's really great. Yeah. So then you get your list of machines you want to go after, the machines you want to attack or audit. And for me, it was the TP-Link devices. And this is where OpenVAS comes in. So how did you know about OpenVAS?
I looked at using it at various employers before.
Yeah, so there's several different assessment tools. These are tools that will scan a host IP and just bang on every single port, try executing different commands. If it gets a telnet connection, it'll try to log in. Like, it just does everything to abuse a box. And you can have it abuse an entire network, or you can have it just hammer a machine. And it's not necessarily going to execute a payload, but it's going to tell you what doesn't work, what is vulnerable, if it leaks a certain timestamp that could be used to decrypt data.
Yeah.
It tells you all these things about a host, which I was curious about with these TP-Link devices, which didn't really give me much information, unfortunately. But OpenVAS, or OpenVAS, the reason why I went with it, OpenVAS, by the way, stands for the Open Vulnerability Assessment System. That's what the VAS is the Vulnerability Assessment System. And I started using it because it reminds me a lot of a tool that I used back in the day called Nessus.
Oh, yeah.
The Nessus Vulnerability Scanner, yeah. So this is along that same line. It's an open source vulnerability scanner that subscribes to a database. Guys, this is key. It subscribes to a database, and it pulls down all of the latest vulnerabilities and exploits constantly. So you have the latest,
That's where the
stuff.
real automation stuff that you don't have to do anymore.
And by the way,
weren't ever doing.
And all of the OpenVAS packages are in Kali, by the way, so it's real easy. There's a meta package you can apt-get, you can apt-install OpenVAS, and it pulls down the common and the core, and there's a first-time setup wizard you can run under Kali Linux, and it will go down, it will set up the database, which I believe might be Postgres by default on Kali.
Excellent.
It pulls down all of the vulnerability assessment updates, which on our 100 megabit connection here at the studio took 45 minutes to download. So it will take a long time, and do it where you have a fast connection. But once it's done, you can throw the weight of the security community's entire knowledge set at a system, and you can just punish it to see what it is vulnerable to. And one of the things that's a lot of fun is once you get results in OpenVAS, and there's other ways to do this under Kali. OpenVAS is the way I like to do it, but there's other ways. But what I do is I take the data set I get from OpenVAS and I run it through something called Metasploit. Metasploit is more like a list of known exploits, and it's like macros to execute them. Metasploit is like, imagine a whole bunch of shell scripts that do bad shit on your system, only it's everything. It's like remote RPC connections, it's SQL database connections, it's HTTP stuff, and you tell Metasploit, this is the host, this is the vulnerability it has, which I got using OpenVAS. You tell Metasploit now, okay, here's the IP, here's the port, it's running Apache. Go execute a shell on that system. So you say, here's Apache, here's the IP, now go give me shell. That's what Metasploit does. And it's so much fun because you can look at a system with OpenVAS and go, oh, they have a vulnerability in MySQL. And then you go tell Metasploit, go talk to MySQL at this IP, and now you own the box.
Yep. And it can be a great way to go verify that. Did your patch sets actually apply? Go Metasploit it. If you get in, then no, they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. And I've linked in the show notes an article on the Kali Linux docs page about using Metasploit. And it's something you could load to your machine and have it dedicated to a hard drive, or something like I'm doing where you can have it on a thumb drive, and from time to time you fire it up and just do an audit of your network.
A little Kali and Docker?
Yeah.
I like to think of Metasploit as like unit tests for vulnerabilities.
Yeah, and it's kind of complicated to set up. It's not hard. I won't say hard, but I'll say it's complicated to set up.
But once you get set up, it's pretty easy.
And Metasploit's pretty much set up out of the box on Kali.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. So what I decided to do was just sort of bang on these TP links. Now they don't really return much. So what I noticed is TP Link is they've changed all of like the return codes, all the version identifiers, doesn't return any of that stuff. So I think when people say they have like a hardened Linux, they have Linux that doesn't respond to any ports except for the ones they need, and the services that respond don't give you any identifying information. So if you somehow knew the version of like some software that was on there via like another leak of the company's, like if there was a TP Link leak about the version of Linux or the version of Node or the version of Nginx that they have on that little tiny little plug, then you could attack it with Metasploit. But because when you do a vulnerability scan, they're not revealing any version information. They're not, except for the kernel version, which is exactly what you would want. That's what you don't want somebody to be able to come into your network and scan your network and get all the version information for the embedded Apache server and the embedded database server. You don't want that. So